Story 1. The salt spray stung my face as I gripped the steering wheel, the Pacific sprawling beside me, a hazy turquoise under the bruised purple sky. This impulsive solo trip down Highway 1 had seemed like a good idea, a way to clear my head after the breakup with Melanie. Now, with the sun sinking fast and the unfamiliar coastline stretching ahead, a knot of unease tightened in my stomach. I'd been driving for hours, the small towns blurring into a collection of weathered clapboard houses and flickering neon signs. The last gas station I passed had been boarded up, its pumps wrapped in yellow caution tape. My phone signal had vanished miles ago, swallowed by the rugged cliffs and dense cypress groves that lined the highway. I pulled over at a scenic overlook, hoping to catch a glimpse of another car, any sign of civilization. The only sound was the mournful cry of gulls and the ceaseless rush of the waves against the rocks below. A shiver ran down my spine, a prickle of unease that wouldn't be brushed off. As dusk deepened, I continued on, the road winding precariously along the cliffs. Then, in the distance, I saw a faint glow. A farmhouse, perched high on a bluff overlooking the ocean. Relief washed over me. A place to ask for directions, maybe even a phone to call for assistance. I pulled into the narrow driveway, gravel crunching under my tires. The house was old, 2 stories, with peeling white paint and a wide wraparound porch. A single dim light flickered in a downstairs window. I approached cautiously, the silence broken only by the creak of the porch swing. I knocked on the weathered wooden door, the sound echoing in the stillness. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. Hesitantly, I tried the doorknob. It was unlocked. The interior of the house was dimly lit, the air thick with the smell of dust and mildew. Furniture draped in white sheets loomed in the shadows. A grandfather clock in the corner ticked with a slow, deliberate rhythm. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. "Is anyone home?" Silence. I stepped further into the house, my heart pounding against my ribs. The living room was sparsely furnished, with a faded floral rug and a dusty fireplace. A framed photograph on the mantelpiece caught my eye. It was a portrait of a young woman with dark hair and piercing blue eyes. She had a haunting, almost ethereal beauty. As I leaned closer to examine the photograph, I heard a soft, rustling sound coming from the floor above. I froze, every muscle tense. "Hello," I called out again, my voice barely a whisper. The rustling sound stopped. Then, a moment later, I heard a floorboard creak. Slowly, I began to back away, my eyes fixed on the staircase. I wanted to run, to flee back to my car and drive away as fast as I could, but a strange compulsion kept me rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the top of the stairs. It was a woman, tall and slender, dressed in a long white nightgown. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, obscuring her face. She stood there motionless, silently watching me. My breath caught in my throat. It was the woman from the photograph. But something was different, something unsettling. Her eyes, once so vibrant and alive, were now vacant, hollow. "Can I help you?" I managed to stammer out, my voice strained. The woman didn't respond. She just continued to stare at me, her eyes fixed on mine. Then, slowly, she began to descend the stairs, her bare feet making no sound on the wooden steps. Terror gripped me, icy and paralyzing. I turned and ran, stumbling over the furniture as I scrambled towards the front door. I fumbled with the doorknob, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip it. Finally, I managed to yank the door open and burst out onto the porch. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I jumped inside, slammed the door shut, and fumbled with the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I sped away, tires spitting gravel, leaving the farmhouse and its ghostly inhabitant behind. I drove through the night, the image of the woman in white seared into my mind. The fear, raw and visceral, clung to me like a second skin. As dawn broke, painting the eastern sky in hues of pink and orange, I finally reached a town, a bustling hub of activity compared to the desolate stretches of coastline I had traversed. I pulled into a gas station, my body trembling with exhaustion and residual terror. I stumbled out of the car, my legs shaky. A middle-aged man with a kind face emerged from the station, wiping his hands on a rag. "You all right, son?" he asked, concern etched on his features. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated, unsure how to explain the events of the previous night. I think I did," I finally managed to whisper, the words catching in my throat. The man's expression softened. "Happens around here sometimes," he said, his voice low. "Old legends. Stories of a woman who lost her husband at sea. They say she still wanders the coast, searching for him." He paused, his eyes looking beyond me, towards the highway that stretched back into the distance. "Best not to travel those roads alone at night," he added, a chill settling in his voice. "Especially not if you're prone to seeing things." I nodded, unable to speak. The man's words confirmed my worst fears. I hadn't imagined it. The woman in white was real. And somewhere, out there in the desolate beauty of the California coastline, she was still searching. Story 2. The Mojave shimmered, baked and vast. Purple mountains hazy in the distance, Joshua trees clawing at the turquoise sky. Amelia, a botanist, was documenting rare desert flora, my beat-up Corolla a speck crawling across the endless expanse. The air, thick with heat, vibrated with a low hum. I was miles from anything resembling civilization, happy in my solitude, lost in the meticulous cataloging of prickly pear variations. It was near dusk when I saw them. Two figures, impossibly tall and lean, silhouetted against the setting sun. They stood at the crest of a low ridge, watching me. My initial thought was ranchers. But something felt profoundly wrong. Their proportions were distorted, their limbs too long, too thin. They seemed to absorb the light, rather than reflect it. A prickly fear, sharp and unexpected, bloomed in my chest. I squinted, trying to make sense of them. They vanished. Just like that. Gone. I chalked it up to dehydration, the heat playing tricks on my eyes. I drove on, determined to find a place to camp before full dark. But the image of those figures, stark against the dying light, lingered. It gnawed at me, a splinter in my mind. I found a flat patch of sand tucked behind a cluster of massive boulders, a semblance of shelter. The desert night descended swiftly, a velvet curtain embroidered with a million stars. Usually, I found solace in the vastness, the quiet grandeur. Tonight, it felt oppressive, suffocating. The silence was heavy, punctuated by the chirping of unseen insects, a chorus that felt more menacing than melodic. Then the howls started. Low, guttural moans that rose and fell, echoing off the distant mountains. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I locked the car doors, huddled in the driver's seat, clutching my pepper spray. Hours crawled by. The moon, a silver coin in the Inkai sky, cast long, distorted shadows that danced and shifted around me. I kept the car's interior light on, a pathetic beacon against the encroaching darkness. Then, a flicker of movement. Something large, dark, passed behind the boulders shielding my campsite. I held my breath, every nerve ending screaming. My hand, slick with sweat, tightened around the pepper spray. A scraping sound, like nails on metal, came from the roof of the car. I flinched, squeezing my eyes shut, whispering frantic prayers I hadn't uttered since childhood. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. I opened my eyes slowly, cautiously. A face, pressed against the driver's side window. Looking in. It wasn't human. Not entirely. The eyes, huge and black, reflected the moonlight like polished obsidian. The skin was stretched taut over sharp bones, a sickly grayish green. Its mouth, wide and filled with needle-like teeth, curled into a grotesque parody of a smile. A low growl emanated from deep within its throat, vibrating against the glass. Paralyzed with terror, I could only stare. The creature tilted its head, studying me with an unnerving intelligence. It raised a long, skeletal finger and traced it across the glass, mimicking my petrified gaze. The touch sent a wave of revulsion through me, a visceral, gut-deep horror. Suddenly, the creature jerked back, its head snapping towards the boulders. Another howl, closer this time, shattered the night. The creature at the window hissed, a sound like escaping steam, and vanished. I could hear them moving, rustling in the brush, their guttural growls weaving a tapestry of terror. I fumbled for the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip them. The engine turned over with a blessed roar. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting sand, and floored the accelerator. I didn't look back, not once. The howls pursued me, echoing across the desert, chasing me into the blinding sunrise. I drove until the sun was high in the sky, until the vastness of the desert gave way to the familiar sprawl of Los Angeles. I never stopped, not until I reached the safety of my apartment, a concrete and steel sanctuary in the heart of the city. Even now, years later, the memory of that night claws at me. The vast, empty landscape, the howls echoing in the darkness, the face at the window. I avoid the desert now. The beauty, once so alluring, now holds a chilling terror. I know, deep in my bones, that something lurks out there, in the shadows between the Joshua trees. Something ancient and malevolent. Something not quite human. And it's still watching. Story 3. The Mojave, they said, would cleanse our souls, rid us of the digital detritus clogging our minds. My friends, bless their misguided, Instagram-filtered hearts, envisioned sunsets and spiritual awakenings. I, Chloe, envisioned sunstroke and lukewarm beer. But hey, free trip, right? The ritual started subtly. A flicker of movement at the edge of our campfire's glow. Then another. At first, we dismissed it as desert hares, lured by the promise of dropped trail mix. But these movements weren't timid. They were deliberate, predatory. The chanting began shortly after. Low, guttural, rhythmic, like someone gargling gravel. It rose and fell, weaving its way into the silence of the desert night. We exchanged uneasy glances. Locals, Mark, perpetually optimistic, suggested. Probably some kind of Native American ceremony. Lisa, ever the pragmatist, grabbed the bear spray. Smart girl. We strained our eyes, peering into the darkness. Shapes began to coalesce around a distant bonfire, their outlines distorted by the flickering flames. They moved with an unsettling fluidity. Too fast. Too agile. Then we saw the skins, draped over their bodies, hanging limp and grotesque. Brush wolf. Rabbit. Something disturbingly larger. My stomach lurched. Ceremony was an understatement. This was something far more sinister. Skinwalkers, I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Mark scoffed. Seriously, Chloe? You're going with Skinwalkers. Before I could retort, one of the figures broke away from the group. It moved with an unnatural speed, its skin-clad form blurring in the moonlight. It was heading straight for us. Panic erupted. We scrambled to our feet, scattering our belongings. Lisa, ever practical, unleashed a cloud of bear spray in the direction of the approaching figure. It seemed to have no effect. The figure continued to advance, its gait unsettlingly smooth. We fled. Logic vanished, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. We stumbled through the darkness, cacti tearing at our clothes, our lungs burning. The chanting grew louder, closer, pursuing us through the night. My sandals snapped. I kicked them off, running barefoot over the sharp rocks. Pain was a distant second to the fear clawing at my throat. We found refuge in a shallow ravine. Huddling together, shivering not just from the cold desert night, but from the primal dread that had taken root in our souls. The chanting stopped. The silence was deafening. We waited, breathless, terrified. Then, from the darkness above us, a voice. Not the guttural chanting from before. This was different. Soft, almost melodic, disturbingly familiar. "Chloe," it whispered. "Lost your shoes, dear." My blood ran cold. It was Mark's voice, but distorted, twisted. We didn't move, didn't breathe. We listened as the voice continued, its tone dripping with a mocking sweetness. Lisa, still clinging to that bear spray. Such a brave girl. Then, a chilling imitation of Jake's nervous laughter. "Anyone seen my glasses?" The voice circled us, taunting us, playing with our fear. We knew what we were dealing with now. Not just skinwalkers. Something that could mimic. Something that could infiltrate. Slowly, painstakingly, we crawled deeper into the ravine, hoping, praying that the darkness would swallow us whole. The first rays of dawn painted the sky a sickly yellow. We emerged, blinking into the harsh desert light. There was no sign of the figures. No sign of the bonfire. No sign of Mark, Lisa, or Jake. Just the vast, empty expanse of the Mojave, and the faint echo of laughter carried on the desert wind. I walked back to the campsite alone, my feet bleeding, my soul shattered. I gathered our abandoned belongings, my eyes scanning the horizon, searching for any sign, any clue. I found Mark's glasses, nestled amongst the rocks. Lisa's bear spray, lying discarded on the ground. And tucked neatly beside my sleeping bag, a pair of moccasins. Made of human skin. The Mojave had cleansed something, all right. It had cleansed us of our friends, of our innocence, of our sanity. As I drove away, the desert stretched before me, its beauty tainted, its silence mocking. The Mojave, they said, would change us. They were right. It had changed us. Into prey. Story 4. The Redwood National Park loomed, a cathedral of shadows and damp earth. I, broke and restless with a backpack full of naive optimism, chose this route to Oregon. Hitchhiking, a relic of a bygone era, seemed the only option. The air, thick with the scent of pine and decay, clung to me. The towering trees blocked out most of the afternoon sun, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. A battered pickup, its paint the color of dried mud, stopped after an hour of thumb jutting. The driver, a woman with eyes the color of glacial ice and a face etched with the map of hard living, didn't speak. She simply nodded towards the passenger seat. Gratitude welled, momentarily eclipsing the prickle of unease I felt. She dropped me off deeper within the park than I'd intended, at a junction marked only by a crumbling wooden sign. The sun, already low, bled through the trees in streaks of amber and crimson. I should have felt the beauty of it, the majesty of these ancient giants, but a cold dread seeped into my bones. The silence was too complete, broken only by the occasional creak of wood and the distant rush of a hidden stream. I walked for what felt like hours, each step heavier than the last. The light continued to fade, and the trees seemed to grow taller, their branches interlaced like skeletal fingers. I began to imagine shapes in the deepening gloom, figures lurking just beyond my periphery. Then I saw it, or rather a glimpse of it. Through the gaps in the trees, a flash of pale skin, inhumanly tall. It moved with an unnerving grace, gliding rather than walking, disappearing behind the thick trunk of a redwood. My pulse hammered in my throat. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a figment of my growing anxiety. But deep down, a primal fear ignited. I picked up my pace, the straps of my backpack digging into my shoulders. The air grew noticeably colder, a damp chill that settled deep in my lungs. The forest floor became uneven, covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves and fallen branches. I stumbled and fell, my hand landing in something cold and slimy. I jerked it back, my stomach churning. A low, guttural sound echoed through the trees, not quite a growl, not quite a moan. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I scrambled to my feet, my legs trembling. I wanted to run, but a strange paralysis gripped me. Then I saw it again, clearer this time. Standing between two massive redwoods, its form partially obscured by the gathering darkness. It was humanoid but impossibly tall, its skin the color of bone. Its head was elongated, its features indistinct. But I could feel its gaze, cold and predatory, fixed on me. I finally broke free of my stupor, turning and running blindly through the undergrowth. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes. The guttural sound grew louder, closer. I could hear the snapping of twigs behind me, the heavy thud of its footsteps. I stumbled onto a small clearing, moonlight filtering through the canopy. In the center stood a circle of stones, ancient and moss-covered. Hope flickered within me, a desperate thought that this place might offer some sanctuary. As I reached the stones, the sound stopped. The forest fell eerily silent. I turned, my breath catching in my throat. The creature stood at the edge of the clearing, its pale form bathed in the moonlight. It was even larger than I had initially thought, its head nearly brushing the lower branches of the redwoods. Its eyes, two black pits, burned with an unnatural light. It took a step towards me, its long, spindly fingers twitching. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the core, that there would be no escape. This was a place of ancient power, a place where the lines between worlds blurred, and I had stumbled into its domain. The creature raised its hand, its shadow stretching across the clearing to engulf me. A high-pitched whine filled the air, a sound that vibrated deep within my skull. The last thing I saw was the creature's face, its mouth opening in a silent scream, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Story 5. The salt spray kissed my face, a welcome coolness against the burgeoning heat of the late morning sun. I'd been driving Highway 1 for hours, drawn by some primal urge to escape the concrete jungle, to find solitude where the land met the sea. A peculiar pattern began to emerge during my journey. Crude symbols, etched deep into the bark of the cypress trees that line the winding road, kept catching my eye. Angular, unlike anything I'd seen before. Not graffiti, something older. At first, I dismissed them as the work of bored locals, but their repetitive nature, their increasing frequency, tugged at a corner of my mind. I pulled over at an unsigned vista point, gravel spitting from my tires. The air, thick with the aroma of brine and pine, vibrated with an almost palpable stillness. One particular symbol, a spiral bisected by a jagged line, seemed to be the most common. It was carved into a tree at the edge of the vista, almost beckoning me forward. I found myself following a barely discernible footpath leading down a steep, overgrown incline towards the ocean. The path snaked through dense foliage, the air becoming cooler and damper with every downward step. The sound of the crashing waves grew louder, mixing with the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. The symbols, previously sporadic, now lined the path, almost guiding me towards some unknown destination. The path ended abruptly at the edge of a secluded cove, hidden from the highway above. Jagged rocks ringed a small, sandy beach. The water within the cove was an unsettling shade of jade green. It swirled and churned in a manner that defied the gentle rhythm of the waves beyond. A profound sense of unease settled upon me, a primal instinct warning me to turn back. But an equally powerful force, fueled by an inexplicable curiosity, held me rooted to the spot. Across the cove, carved into the face of a massive rock, was the largest rendition of the spiral symbol I'd seen yet. Beneath it, something moved. Something large. Something sleek and dark that broke the surface of the jade-colored water, leaving a trail of swirling foam in its wake. I squinted, straining to see through the midday glare. It looked vaguely humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong. Too long, too slender. Its skin glistened, reflecting the light in an unnatural way. It moved with an unnerving fluidity, unlike anything I'd witnessed before. It submerged again, disappearing beneath the surface, leaving me questioning if what I'd seen was real or a figment of my imagination, fueled by the isolation, the strange symbols, the oppressive stillness of the cove. I stayed there, frozen, for what felt like an eternity. The only sounds were the ceaseless crashing of waves against the rocks and the frantic thumping of my own heart. Then, a guttural, rasping sound echoed from the cove, a sound that resonated deep within my bones. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. It was something ancient, something alien. The sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by another sound, a slow, wet, dragging sound, as if something heavy was being pulled across the sand. My blood ran cold. Logic screamed at me to flee, but my limbs felt heavy, leaden. From the shadows at the edge of the cove, the creature emerged. It was even more grotesque up close. Its skin was a sickly green, stretched taut over elongated limbs. Its head was small, almost reptilian, with large black eyes that seemed to absorb all light. Its mouth, a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth, opened and closed in a silent, panting motion. It dragged something behind it, something that left a dark trail in the sand. I couldn't make out what it was at first, but as the creature moved closer, the horrifying truth became clear. It was a human body, limp, lifeless, and partially submerged in the sand. Its clothes were torn and stained a dark crimson. The creature stopped a few feet from the water's edge, its black eyes fixed on me. The guttural rasping sound came again, louder this time, almost a growl. It raised one of its long, spindly fingers and pointed towards the body in the sand, then back at me. A chilling understanding washed over me. This was an offering, a warning. My paralysis broke. Adrenaline surged through me. I turned and scrambled back up the path, the image of the creature and its gruesome offering seared into my mind. The symbols carved into the trees, no longer mysterious, now seemed like warnings, a desperate plea from those who had come before me. I didn't stop running until I reached the highway. I flung myself into my vehicle and sped away, the image of the creature, its lifeless offering, and the cryptic symbols forever etched in my memory. The cove, once a place of hidden beauty, now a place of primal horror. The California coastline, once a symbol of freedom and escape, now a constant reminder of the monstrous things that lurk just beyond the veil of the known. The journey I had envisioned as a solitary exploration had become a desperate flight for survival. I kept driving, haunted by the certainty that something ancient, something monstrous, still resided in that secluded cove, its black eyes watching, waiting for its next offering. Story 6. The RV shuddered, groaned, and finally died, a metallic wheeze escaping its grimy underbelly. We were stranded, somewhere near the looming shadow of Mount Shasta, the late afternoon sun painting the snow-capped peak in hues of pink and gold. Ironic, really, that such beauty framed our predicament. Mom fussed, Dad swore under his breath, and my little sister, Lily, pointed excitedly at a scraggly hawk circling overhead. We were miles from any town, cell service non-existent. Our grand California adventure had come to a screeching, undignified halt. Dad, ever the optimist, declared we'd hike to higher ground, find a signal, call for help. Mom, ever the pragmatist, started rationing our dwindling water supply. Lily, oblivious, chased butterflies in the tall grass that bordered the narrow, forgotten road. The air held a peculiar stillness, a quiet tension that prickled the back of my neck. It was a silence amplified by the absence of any other sound. No distant traffic, no chirping crickets, just the low hum of the mountain itself, a sound I couldn't quite place. As we trudged uphill, the terrain grew increasingly rocky, the vegetation sparse and twisted. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in shades of bruised violet. Still no signal. Still that unsettling silence. Lily, tiring, started whining. Mom's face was pale, her lips pressed into a thin line. Dad, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a grim determination, pressed onward. Then the howls began. Low, guttural, echoing from the dense pines that clung to the mountainside. Not the howls of wolves. These were something deeper, something wrong. The hairs on my arm stood on end. Dad stopped, his hand resting on the small hunting knife he always carried. He exchanged a worried glance with Mom. Just some wild dogs, he said, his voice strained. But I could tell he didn't believe it. Neither did I. As twilight deepened into full darkness, we found a small, sheltered cave, more of a rocky overhang, really. We huddled together, the howls growing closer, weaving a tapestry of terror around us. Lily whimpered, burying her face in Mom's jacket. Dad built a small fire, the flickering flames offering little comfort against the encroaching darkness and the increasingly menacing sounds that surrounded us. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound split the night, twigs snapping under heavy footfalls. Something was out there, something big. The howls intensified, circling us. Then, silhouetted against the firelight, we saw them. Not dogs, not wolves. They were humanoid, bipedal but covered in thick, matted fur. Their eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light. Their faces, elongated snouts and sharp teeth, were grotesquely canine. Dogmen. They stood at the edge of the firelight, their guttural growls weaving a symphony of dread. Dad shoved Mom and Lily further back into the cave. He stood, knife clutched in his hand, a pathetic defense against the monstrous figures that surrounded us. They didn't attack. They simply watched, their eyes burning into us. Then one of them, larger than the rest, stepped forward. It held something in its hand, something white, something familiar. It was Lily's butterfly net, torn and mangled. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced me. These weren't just animals. They were intelligent, malevolent. They were hunting us, and they were toying with us. The large one dropped the net at Dad's feet, then let out a chilling howl, a sound that spoke not of hunger, but of something far more sinister. A sound that spoke of ownership, of territory. We were trapped, hunted by creatures out of nightmare. As the night wore on, they continued their circling dance, their howls a constant reminder of our precarious situation. Dawn eventually broke, a pale, watery light filtering through the trees, but the creatures remained silent now, but still watching. We were trapped in their territory, their prisoners. Days bled into nights. The dogmen never left. They brought us scraps of raw meat, bloody offerings tossed onto the ground before us. We ate, driven by hunger, by the primal need to survive. Lily, surprisingly, was coping better than the rest of us, her childlike innocence somehow shielding her from the full horror of our situation. She'd even started leaving small piles of berries and wildflowers near the entrance of the cave, gifts for our captors. It was both heartbreaking and terrifying to watch. One afternoon, while the dogmen were away, Dad discovered a narrow crevice in the back of the cave. A way out. He whispered his plan. We'd wait until nightfall, then make a run for it. It was a desperate gamble, but our only hope. That night, under the cover of darkness, we slipped through the crevice, the howls of the dogmen echoing behind us. We ran, blindly, desperately, through the undergrowth, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding. We ran until we stumbled onto a dirt road, a blessed sign of civilization. A pickup truck approached, its headlights cutting through the darkness. We flagged it down, our rescuers looking at us with a mixture of pity and fear. As we drove away, I looked back at the dark, looming shadow of Mount Shasta. The howls of the dogmen still echoed in my ears, a chilling reminder of our ordeal. We had escaped, but the memory of those monstrous figures, their glowing eyes, their guttural howls, would forever haunt my dreams. I knew then, with a chilling certainty, that we had stumbled upon something ancient, something sacred, something we were never meant to see. And I knew that Mount Shasta held a secret, a dark and terrifying secret, guarded by creatures that walked the line between man and beast. A secret that would stay with me, a chilling weight on my soul for the rest of my life. Story 7. The Santa Lucia Mountains. They whispered promises of forgotten legends. Promises of the Dark Watchers, silhouettes against the twilight sky. My friends, Liam and Maya, fueled by youthful invincibility and internet lore, dragged me along. I, the pragmatist, armed with bear spray and a healthy dose of skepticism, trailed behind. The air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, grew heavy as we climbed. The trail, barely more than a deer path, snaked upwards, the chaparral scratching at our legs. We set up camp in a small clearing. A fire crackled, pushing back the encroaching gloom, but not the growing unease in my gut. Liam, ever the storyteller, recounted tales of the Watchers. Guardians of the mountains, he called them. Benevolent protectors. Maya, eyes wide with wonder, hung on every word. I, however, felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a feeling of being observed. Later, as the embers died down and Liam and Maya succumbed to exhaustion, I sat vigil. The moon, a sliver in the Inkai sky, offered little illumination. The forest around us pulsed with unseen life. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the periphery. Something tall, something dark, shifting between the trees. My breath hitched in my throat. It wasn't the humanoid form of the Watchers. This was something else. Something wrong. The next morning, I dismissed it as a trick of the light. A figment of an overactive imagination. Liam and Maya, oblivious, chattered excitedly about reaching the peak. We pressed on, the trail becoming steeper, more treacherous. The higher we climbed, the more intense the feeling of scrutiny became. like invisible eyes boring into us. The cheerful banter of my friends dwindled, replaced by an uncomfortable silence. At the summit, the view should have been breathtaking, but the majestic panorama of the Pacific Ocean was lost on me. My gaze was fixed on the tree line. There, between the ancient pines, they stood. Not two, not three, but a multitude of figures. Too tall to be human. Too slender. Their limbs, impossibly long and thin, swayed gently as if in a silent dance. They weren't watching us. They were studying us, dissecting us with an unnerving stillness. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through my denial. These weren't the benevolent watchers of legend. These were something far more ancient, something far more sinister. Liam, finally noticing my petrified stare, followed my gaze. His face paled. Maya, sensing our fear, turned. Her scream died in her throat, replaced by a whimper. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. The silent agreement to flee passed between us like an electric current. We scrambled down the trail, our earlier enthusiasm replaced by raw, primal fear. The figures remained at the summit, their silent observation more terrifying than any pursuit. The descent was a blur of panicked stumbling and desperate gasps for air. The feeling of being watched intensified, pressing down on us like a physical weight. We didn't stop. We couldn't stop. The thought of those elongated figures, their silent, unwavering gaze, propelled us forward. As dusk settled, we stumbled into a small, abandoned cabin. Its windows were boarded up, the door hanging precariously by a single hinge. It offered little protection, but it was the only shelter we could find. Inside, huddled together in the musty darkness, we listened. The wind howled outside, rattling the decaying structure. But above the wind, we heard another sound. A low, rhythmic thumping, growing steadily closer. The sound of something large, something heavy approaching. Liam barricaded the door with a fallen beam. Maya sobbed silently, her face buried in her hands. I clutched the bare spray, my only weapon, my knuckles white. The thumping stopped outside the cabin. A moment of agonizing silence followed. Then the door creaked. A long, spindly finger, bone white and tipped with a claw that glinted in the faint moonlight filtering through the cracks in the boards, poked through a gap. Then another, and another. The wood splintered, groaned, and finally gave way. The cabin door swung open, revealing the silhouette of one of the figures. It stood in the doorway, its form filling the frame, its head nearly brushing the low ceiling. It didn't move. It simply observed. Then a voice, not from the figure in the doorway but from the darkness behind it, echoed, deep and resonant, curious. The figure stepped aside. Beyond it, in the darkness, we saw them. Dozens of those elongated figures, their silent, unwavering gaze fixed upon us. And then I understood. We hadn't stumbled upon the Dark Watchers. We had stumbled into something far worse. We had stumbled into their observatory. Story 8. The orderly's name tag read, David, a painfully ordinary name for a man who held the keys to my extraordinary predicament. He smiled, a placid, unsettling smile, and gestured towards the highway shimmering under the oppressive July sun. Freedom awaits, Miss Hayes, freedom. The word tasted like ash. 6 years I'd spent staring at those mountains, imagining escape, and now, standing on the verge of it, a cold dread coiled in my gut. Something wasn't right. My therapist had assured me this early release was a triumph, proof of my rehabilitation. But Dr. Albright's perpetually cheerful pronouncements had taken on a sinister edge in recent weeks. Her questions became probing, less about my well-being and more about my family's history, our land back in the San Gabriel Valley. Land that, conveniently, bordered the very institution I was now leaving. David handed me a worn canvas bag containing my meager possessions and a bus ticket to Los Angeles. "Good luck," he said, his eyes lingering a little too long. Then he turned and walked back inside, the heavy metal door clanging shut behind him, severing my last tie to the place that had been my prison, my sanctuary. The heat radiating from the asphalt made the air ripple. No bus stop in sight, just miles of empty highway stretching before me, framed by the ominous silhouette of the San Gabriels. I started walking, the coarse gravel crunching under my worn sandals, each step a hesitant foray into the unknown. A battered Ford pickup truck, its paint peeling, slowed beside me. The driver, a leathery-faced woman with eyes like chips of turquoise, squinted at me. "Need a ride?" Her voice was raspy, like wind whistling through dry canyons. Hesitantly, I nodded. The truck cab was stifling, filled with the scent of dust and something vaguely metallic. The woman didn't speak, her gaze fixed on the road, but her silence wasn't comforting. It was laden with a heavy, expectant quality that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. As we drove, the landscape shifted from barren desert to dense chaparral. I noticed peculiar cairns erected at irregular intervals along the roadside, each topped with a smooth, black stone. They seemed to watch me, their silent observation more unnerving than any overt threat. "What are those?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The woman's lips curled into a thin smile. "Offerings," she said, her voice a low growl. "For the Watchers." My blood ran cold. "Watchers," she chuckled, a dry, brittle sound. "They've always been here, Miss Hayes." "Waiting." She glanced at me, her turquoise eyes gleaming with an unsettling knowingness. "They know you're back." The cairns grew more frequent, the black stones larger. I realized with growing horror that they weren't just randomly placed. They formed a pattern, a spiral that seemed to converge on a point further up the mountain road. The point where my family's land lay nestled, a verdant oasis amid the arid landscape. Suddenly, the truck veered off the main highway, bumping along a dirt track that snaked upwards into the foothills. "Where are we going?" I demanded, my voice rising in panic. The woman didn't answer. She just kept driving, her grip tightening on the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the spiraling path ahead. The track ended abruptly at a clearing. In the center stood a colossal oak tree, its branches gnarled and twisted, reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. Beneath the tree, a fire burned, casting flickering shadows that danced across the clearing. Around the fire, figures moved, their forms elongated and distorted in the firelight. They chanted, a low, guttural sound that resonated deep within my bones. The woman stopped the truck. "We're here," she said, her voice laced with a chilling finality. My heart hammered against my ribs. I recognized the figures now, their faces obscured by the flickering flames, but their movements, their unnatural grace, disturbingly familiar. They were the patients from the institution, the ones deemed too dangerous, too far gone, to ever be released. But they were here, free, their eyes burning with a terrifying fervor. The woman opened the truck door. "They've been expecting you, Miss Hayes." I scrambled back, pressing myself against the seat, desperate to escape, but the door on the other side was locked. The chanting intensified, the figures closing in, their shadows stretching across the clearing, engulfing me in their oppressive darkness. I understood then. This wasn't freedom. This was a sacrifice. Dr. Albright hadn't cured me. She'd groomed me, prepared me for this. My family's land, its proximity to the institution, wasn't a coincidence. It was the focal point, the nexus of some ancient, unspeakable ritual. And I, the unwitting heir, the final offering. The figures surrounded the truck, their faces now visible in the firelight, their eyes empty, devoid of humanity. They reached for me, their spindly fingers grasping, pulling me from the truck, into the circle of firelight, into the heart of the spiral. The chanting reached a crescendo, a deafening roar that drowned out my screams as I was dragged towards the ancient oak, towards the waiting darkness. The watchers had received their offering. Story 9. The brochure promised quaint seaside charm, not homicidal lunatics. Escape to Harmony Cove, it chirped, showing smiling families building sandcastles. My family, however, was currently barricaded inside a dusty antique shop, its open sign swinging uselessly in the salty breeze. Harmony Cove's population seemed to have dwindled significantly since the pamphlet's printing, replaced by escapees from Camarillo State Mental Hospital, each with their own disturbingly unique brand of crazy. It all started subtly, of course. Strange figures on the beach, building elaborate sculptures out of driftwood and kelp. They wore mismatched clothing, their eyes distant, yet unsettlingly focused, like crows eyeing a dropped French fry. We laughed, pointed, whispered about eccentric artists. We were so naive. The first real sign of trouble was Agnes, the owner of the Seafoam and Shells gift shop. I went in to buy a Harmony Cove commemorative mug, you know, the kind that inevitably chips within a week. Agnes, usually a paragon of small-town cheer, was pale and trembling, her smile strained. "They're singing," she whispered, her eyes wide. "Down by the pier. All night. Hymns, but wrong." I bought the mug, assuring her it was probably just a church group having a late-night bonfire. I lied. The singing, I discovered later, was not hymns. It was a cacophony of nursery rhymes and advertising jingles, punctuated by occasional shrieks and the rhythmic splashing of something large in the water. Then came the disappearing cats. Mrs. Higgins, a woman whose love for her 12 felines bordered on the obsessive, posted increasingly frantic flyers around town. Lost Fluffykins. Answers to Mommy's little angel. Missing. Mittens. Reward. No questions asked. By day 3, the flyers simply read, "They took Mr. Whiskers." They're all gone. We still tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy. My dad, ever the pragmatist, insisted it was just a group of teenagers playing pranks. My mom, clinging to her carefully curated itinerary, suggested whale watching. I, however, was starting to feel a distinct lack of harmony in Harmony Cove. The shift happened during the annual clam chowder cook-off. A tradition stretching back decades, it was normally a lively affair. This year, the atmosphere was tense. The usual jovial banter was replaced by nervous whispers. The judges, 3 distinguished-looking gentlemen in white chef hats, were nowhere to be found. Instead, perched atop the judges' platform, sat 3 of the driftwood artists, wearing the missing chef hats and grinning maniacally. One of them held a small, yipping chihuahua aloft, a ladle poised menacingly over the terrified creature. That's when the screaming started. It began with a single, high-pitched shriek, then another, then a chorus of panicked cries. People scattered, bowls of clam chowder flying through the air. I saw Agnes, clutching her Harmony Cove mug like a weapon, charging towards one of the figures on the platform. The figure, a tall, gaunt man with seaweed tangled in his hair, simply smiled and offered her a spoonful of chowder. My family and I, along with a handful of other terrified tourists, fled into the antique shop. We barricaded the door with a dusty grandfather clock and a surprisingly sturdy collection of porcelain dolls. Peeking through the dusty window, We watched as the town square descended into chaos. The driftwood artists, now joined by dozens more of their ilk, danced around the overturned chowder pots, their movements unsettlingly graceful. The singing started again, louder this time, closer. We could hear the rhythmic thumping of something heavy against the shop door. My dad grabbed a rusty sword from a display case. My mom clutched a ceramic cat figurine, her knuckles white. I held my Harmony Cove mug, the irony not lost on me. The thumping grew louder, the singing more intense. A face appeared at the window, a woman with wild eyes and a crown of seashells. She pressed her face against the glass, her breath fogging the pain. She opened her mouth, and I saw that her teeth were filed to sharp points. "We just want to share," she hissed, her voice raspy, "our gifts." The glass cracked. Then silence. A heavy, suffocating silence. The singing had stopped. The thumping was gone. We waited, every muscle tense, every breath held tight. Finally, my dad cautiously moved towards the door, the rusty sword held high. He slowly pushed the grandfather clock aside and peered out into the street. It was deserted. The town square was empty. The chowder pots lay overturned, the remnants of the feast scattered across the pavement. There was no sign of the driftwood artists, no sign of Agnes, no sign of anyone. Except for a single, perfectly formed sandcastle, built directly in front of the antique shop's door. On top of the castle, nestled amongst the meticulously crafted turrets, sat my Harmony Cove commemorative mug, filled to the brim with something dark and viscous. A single handwritten note was stuck to the side, scrawled in childish handwriting. "Thanks for the visit. Come back soon." Story 10. The vineyards, bathed in the late afternoon sun, stretched out before us like a tranquil green sea. Aromatic hints of fermentation clung to the breeze, a testament to Napa Valley's famed industry. Josh, my fiancé, hummed contentedly beside me, his grip loose on the steering wheel. The pleasant buzz from our wine tasting lingered. We were relaxed, happy, and completely unprepared for what was about to happen. Rounding a bend, we saw him. A man standing by the roadside, thumb outstretched. He looked harmless enough, a little disheveled maybe, with a faded plaid shirt and dusty jeans. Josh, ever the good Samaritan, slowed the car. I, typically more cautious, felt a prickle of unease. Something about the man's intense, almost vacant stare made me hesitate. But Josh, bless his perpetually optimistic heart, had already rolled down the window. "Need a ride, friend?" he asked. The man nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. He slid into the back seat, a faint, sour smell clinging to him like an unwanted perfume. He introduced himself as Elias, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the car. Elias spoke little at first, answering our questions in monosyllables. He claimed to be a winemaker, traveling between vineyards. It seemed plausible enough, given our location. Yet the nagging unease remained. It intensified when Elias began talking about his craft, his eyes taking on a disturbing gleam. He described the process of fermentation with a chilling reverence, comparing it to the alchemical transformation of base materials into something transcendent. "The grapes," he said, his voice taking on a strange cadence, "they hold a life force and essence. And the winemaker, he's the conductor, the one who guides that essence into its truest expression." His words sounded almost poetic, yet the way he spoke them sent a shiver down my spine. He began to describe his unique methods, hinting at secret ingredients, ancient rituals. The pleasant buzz from the wine had completely dissipated, replaced by a growing sense of dread. Then, Josh mentioned a local vineyard renowned for its Cabernet Sauvignon. Elias's reaction was immediate and unsettling. his placid demeanor shattered. He gripped the back of Josh's seat, his knuckles white. "That vineyard," he hissed, "they don't understand. They taint the grapes, they corrupt the process." He started rambling about the true way to make wine, his words becoming increasingly disjointed and disturbing. He spoke of purification, of sacrifice. My heart pounded in my chest. I exchanged a worried glance with Josh. His usual jovial demeanor had vanished. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I subtly reached for my phone, intending to call 911. But before I could dial, Elias leaned forward, his face inches from mine. "Don't," he whispered, his breath hot against my ear. "You wouldn't want to interrupt the vintage, would you?" His words were laced with a chilling menace. I froze, my phone slipping from my grasp. We drove in silence for what felt like an eternity, the idyllic scenery outside a stark contrast to the terror that gripped me. Finally, Josh pulled over, feigning a need for a restroom break. "We need to get out of here," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. As he opened the car door, Elias grabbed his arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "The process hasn't finished," he said, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing light. "You both have a role to play." He pulled a small, wickedly sharp knife from his pocket. The blade glinted in the fading sunlight. Then, the world exploded in a cacophony of sound. A police siren, loud and insistent, pierced the silence. A patrol car, seemingly out of nowhere, screeched to a halt behind us. Two officers jumped out, guns drawn. "Elias Thorne," one of them shouted, "You're under arrest, Thorne." The name echoed in my mind. I'd heard it before, whispered in news reports, linked to a string of unsolved disappearances in the region. The winemaker, the traveler, was a notorious serial killer. And his victims, it was later revealed, had all met a gruesome end, their bodies used in his twisted, macabre winemaking rituals. The officers dragged Thorne from the car, his struggles futile against their trained hands. As they led him away, he turned, his eyes locking with mine. A chilling smile spread across his face. "The vintage," he whispered, "will be exceptional." The patrol car sped off, Thorne's chilling words echoing in the still air. Josh and I sat there, trembling, the beautiful Napa Valley landscape now irrevocably tainted. The fragrant vineyards, once a symbol of tranquility and pleasure, now held a sinister, sickening secret. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and squirm like the tendrils of a nightmare. And in the gathering darkness, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we had narrowly escaped becoming another ingredient in Elias Thorne's horrific vintage. Story 11. The peeling paint of Preston Castle, a sickly, jaundiced yellow beneath the hazy California sun, seemed to pulse with a warning. Elias, ever the thrill-seeker, dismissed it as ambience, his camera already clicking, documenting our illegal entry. Josh, quieter, more cautious, lingered by the rusted gate, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Me, I was somewhere in between, lured by the illicit thrill of exploration but burdened by a prickling sense of foreboding. We slipped through a gap in the chain-link fence, the metal groaning like a dying animal. Inside, the castle grounds felt vast, oppressive. Overgrown weeds choked the pathways, wildflowers blooming in vibrant, unnatural hues. The air, thick and still, tasted of decay and something faintly sweet, like overripe fruit. The asylum itself loomed before us, a skeletal giant clawing at the sky. Broken windows gaped like empty sockets, their glass shards scattered across the overgrown lawn. Graffiti, a vibrant tapestry of rebellion and despair, covered the walls, a modern layer atop decades of neglect and forgotten sorrow. Inside, the air grew heavier, the sweet smell intensifying, tinged now with something metallic. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that pierced the boarded-up windows, illuminating the peeling wallpaper, the rusted medical equipment, the discarded restraints. Each room whispered stories of suffering, of madness, of a darkness that clung to the very stones. Elias, energized, bounded ahead, his camera flashing, capturing every gruesome detail. Josh and I followed, our footsteps echoing in the cavernous halls, each sound amplified by the oppressive silence. We explored the dilapidated wards, the crumbling operating theater, the solitary confinement cells, each space more disturbing than the last. In the main hall, a grand, decaying space with a caved-in roof, we found it, a spiral symbol painted on the floor, faded but distinct, radiating outwards like a corrupted halo. It was unlike the other graffiti, older somehow. Its presence shifted the atmosphere, the air growing colder, the silence deepening. The sweet, metallic scent became overpowering, clogging my throat. Elias, oblivious, saw it as another photo opportunity. He positioned himself in the center of the spiral, grinning for the camera. Then the floor beneath him groaned. A section of the floor collapsed, plunging him into darkness. Josh and I rushed to the edge, peering into the hole. The air rushing up from below was frigid, smelling of earth and something else, something ancient and foul. Elias's cries echoed up from the darkness, growing fainter, punctuated by a sickening crunch. Then silence. Terror, cold and sharp, gripped me. I wanted to run, to escape the suffocating dread that filled the asylum, but something held me there, a morbid fascination, a need to understand. Josh, pale and trembling, produced a flashlight, its beam slicing through the darkness. We saw him then, Elias, impaled on a jagged piece of metal protruding from the floor of the chamber below. His eyes, wide and vacant, stared up at us. And around him, etched into the walls of the chamber, were hundreds of spirals, glowing with a faint, unearthly light. A guttural chanting began, rising from the darkness below, resonating through the asylum, shaking the very foundations. The spiral on the floor above began to glow, the faded paint intensifying, becoming a vibrant, pulsating crimson. The air crackled with an unseen energy. We understood then. The spiral wasn't just a symbol, it was a gateway, a conduit to something ancient and malevolent. And we had opened it. We turned to flee, our footsteps pounding against the decaying floorboards, the chanting growing louder, closer. We ran through the halls, past the remnants of broken lives, the echoes of forgotten screams, the oppressive darkness seeming to reach out, to grasp at us. As we reached the main entrance, a figure stepped out of the shadows. It was tall, gaunt, its skin a sickly grayish white. Its eyes glowed with the same crimson light as the spiral. It held something in its hand, something long and sharp, glinting in the dim light. We were trapped. The chanting reached a crescendo. The figure raised its weapon, its smile a grotesque imitation of human expression. And in that moment, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we would not escape the vengeful spirit of Preston Castle. We had awakened something ancient, something hungry, and it had claimed us as its own. The last thing I saw was the crimson spiral, burning itself into my retinas as the darkness consumed us. Story 12. My microphone, perched precariously on the dash, picked up every bump, every rattle of our rented SUV. Elias Thorne, our podcast's perpetually exuberant host, was strangely quiet. Gabriel Valley stretched around us, bathed in the late afternoon sun. A beautiful, desolate landscape, the kind that inspired postcards, not nightmares. We were 3 hours into our Sierra Nevada road trip, headed to the supposed site of a ritualistic murder. The victim, a young hiker named Sarah Jenkins, had vanished 5 years prior. Her remains, marked with strange carvings, had been discovered months later, arranged in a bizarre pattern beneath a gnarled oak. Local whispers of ancient cults and forgotten rituals fueled our investigation, and the 10th episode of Whispers of the West promised to be our most captivating yet. I, David, the show's researcher and resident skeptic, flipped through the case file again. The official report attributed the carvings to animal activity, the arrangement to natural forces. I, however, had noticed something peculiar. A recurring spiral motif appeared in several unrelated missing person cases across the Sierras. A coincidence, perhaps, or something far more sinister. This was why we were here, bumping along this dusty track, miles from anything resembling cell service. Our sound engineer, Josh, hummed a nervous tune. His usual easygoing nature seemed strained. The farther we drove, the more palpable the tension became. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of bruised orange and violet. The silence inside the SUV was broken only by Elias's occasional sighs. He'd been unusually quiet since our last gas station stop, where the attendant had regaled us with stories of strange lights in the mountains and hikers vanishing without a trace. Elias, usually immune to such local lore, seemed genuinely unnerved. He finally spoke, his voice low. "David, are you sure about this?" I shrugged, feigning nonchalance, "Of course. It's a story, Elias." "A good one." He shook his head, his gaze fixed on the winding track ahead. "This place, it feels different." The track ended abruptly at a small clearing. Towering pines encircled the space, their branches interlaced, blocking out the last rays of the sun. In the center stood the ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. Beneath it, a circle of blackened earth, the site of Sarah Jenkins' final moments. We set up our equipment, the silence of the clearing amplifying the rustle of the leaves, the distant chirping of crickets. As darkness descended, a chill settled in the air, deeper than the dropping temperature. Elias started the recording, his voice shaky. "We're here at the heart of the Sarah Jenkins mystery." He detailed the case, his usual theatrical flair absent, replaced by a nervous energy. He pointed to the circle of earth. This is where they found her." A twig snapped in the surrounding woods. Josh jumped, his hand flying to his headphones. "What was that?" "Just an animal," I said, my voice sounding less confident than I intended. Another snap. Closer this time. Then another. And another. The sounds formed a circle around us, a slow, deliberate rhythm. Elias's voice cracked. We seemed to have some company." The chanting started softly, a low, guttural murmur, almost indistinguishable from the wind rustling through the trees. It grew steadily louder, weaving a chilling melody that resonated deep within my bones. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen energy. The spiral symbol I'd seen in the case files flashed through my mind. This wasn't animal activity. This was something else. Something ancient. Something malevolent. The figures emerged from the darkness, their forms elongated, their movements unsettlingly graceful. They were tall, impossibly tall, their faces obscured by shadows. Their limbs, long and spindly, seemed to bend at unnatural angles. They circled us, their chanting intensifying, the ground vibrating beneath our feet. Terror gripped me, cold and paralyzing. Elias stared at them, his face a mask of horror. Josh whimpered, his hands covering his ears. One of the figures stepped forward, its hand outstretched, a long, skeletal finger pointing directly at Elias. The chanting stopped. A deafening silence descended upon the clearing, broken only by Elias's ragged breathing. The figure's voice, a guttural rasping sound, echoed through the trees. "You will be the next offering." The figures closed in, their shadows swallowing us whole. My microphone, still recording, captured the final, terrifying moments. The chilling sounds of their ritual, a grotesque symphony of ancient chanting and breaking bones. The last sound, my own choked scream, cut off abruptly as the darkness consumed us. The 10th episode of Whispers of the West never aired. We became another part of the Sierra Nevada's dark secrets, our story whispered on the wind, a chilling warning to those who dared to venture too far into the unknown. Story 13. The app pinged, a pickup request at the edge of Temecula. Elias Thorne, his name was. The profile picture showed a man with kind eyes and a gentle smile. Seemed harmless enough. He wanted a ride up to Julian, a mountain town famed for its apple pies, not its mysteries. He climbed in, a quiet man, dressed in simple khakis and a plain white shirt. He thanked me politely, settled back and closed his eyes. I figured he wanted to nap. Perfect passenger, honestly. The kind that let you just drive. We passed vineyards, their leaves tinged with the first hues of autumn. The air, thick with the scent of fermenting grapes, held a strange, almost metallic tang that I couldn't quite place. Elias spoke after a while, his voice soft. "Beautiful country, isn't it? Full of hidden places." I agreed, making small talk about the local wineries, the tourist traps. He listened patiently, then said, "Some places hide darker things. Secrets the land keeps." I chuckled, attributing it to poetic license. He continued, "They say the earth remembers. Absorbs everything. Joy, sorrow, violence. It all stains the soil." He shifted in his seat, his eyes fixed on the passing landscape. "Ever wonder how many unsolved disappearances happen around here? People just vanish." Swallowed by the scenery, my amusement faded. His words prickled, an uncomfortable awareness of the vast, silent wilderness surrounding us. He pointed to a cluster of jagged rocks atop a distant hill, places like that. They hold stories. Whispers of things best left undisturbed. I tried to steer the conversation back to safer territory, asking about his plans in Julian. He shrugged, "Just visiting. A pilgrimage of sorts." His gaze returned to the rocks, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Some places demand a return." A reckoning. The road began to climb, the air growing noticeably colder. The vineyards gave way to dense chaparral, the silence broken only by the hum of the engine and the distant cry of a hawk. Elias spoke again, his voice taking on a strange, unsettling cadence. "There's a pattern, you see. A spiral. It repeats itself. In the rocks, the trees, the offerings." I glanced at him, a knot forming in my stomach. His eyes held a disturbing gleam, his earlier gentle demeanor replaced by something unsettlingly focused. He pointed to a small, crudely made cairn by the side of the road. A single, smooth, black stone rested on top. "See, a marker. They are everywhere. Guiding or warning." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The casual conversation had taken a dark turn, a chilling undercurrent running beneath his words. I wanted to dismiss it as eccentricity, but the intensity in his eyes, the strange weight of his pronouncements, kept me silent. Further up the road, we passed another cairn, identical to the first. Then another and another, each marked with a single black stone. My unease intensified, the silence of the mountains pressing in. Elias spoke again, his voice almost a chant. "The earth demands balance. A life for a life. A cycle of renewal." He pointed to a faded flyer stapled to a telephone pole. A young woman's face stared back, her smile frozen in time. Missing. Sarah Jenkins. The name echoed a faint memory, a news story I'd half heard. Elias continued, his voice rising. She wandered off the trail. They found her backpack, her camera. But not her. The earth claimed her. My breath hitched. The flyer showed a picture Sarah had taken, a panoramic view of the valley. In the foreground, a cluster of jagged rocks topped with a single black stone. The pieces clicked together, a horrifying mosaic forming in my mind. The cairns, the spiral, the offerings. Elias wasn't just a quirky passenger. He was dropping clues. Confessions, perhaps. He turned to me, a chilling smile spreading across his face. The earth remembers, you see. And it collects. He reached into his bag, pulling out something wrapped in cloth. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew, with terrifying certainty, what it was. A smooth black stone. It's time for another offering, he whispered, his eyes fixed on mine. The earth is hungry. He unwrapped the stone, revealing its unsettlingly smooth surface. A faint, crimson spiral was etched into its face, catching the dwindling sunlight. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt. He lunged at me, the stone raised high. I screamed, a primal sound of pure terror. The last thing I saw was the crimson spiral, spinning, growing larger, consuming everything. The earth had collected. Story 14. The knife, slick with something I refused to name, trembled in my hand. The chanting, a guttural symphony of wrongness, rose around me, vibrating through the cracked earth. Elias stood opposite, his perpetually jovial demeanor replaced by something vacant, something almost reptilian. His eyes, usually sparkling with good humor, reflected the firelight with a disturbing gleam. The fire itself, fueled by twisted branches I'd gathered earlier, cast dancing shadows that seemed to squirm with a life of their own. My breath hitched. This was the culmination, the grotesque crescendo of our ill-fated road trip. It had all started innocently enough. Elias, ever the free spirit, had proposed a spontaneous adventure through the less traveled parts of California. He brandished a hand-drawn map, dotted with quirky landmarks and promising hidden gems. I, usually the cautious one, had surprised myself by agreeing. I craved escape, a break from the monotony of my city existence. My apartment, my job, my predictable routine. It all felt suffocating. Elias's infectious enthusiasm promised a much-needed antidote. Our first few days were a blur of roadside attractions. We marveled at the kitschy grandeur of Salvation Mountain, posed with the oversized dinosaurs of Cabazon, and wandered through the ghost towns of the Mojave, their sun-bleached buildings whispering tales of forgotten dreams. Elias, with his camera perpetually clicking, documented every moment, every quirky detail. He saw beauty in everything, from the rusting relics of abandoned gas stations to the delicate blooms of desert wildflowers. The shift, subtle at first, began somewhere near the Panamint Mountains. Elias grew quieter, his usual cheerful banter replaced by a pensive silence. He started collecting unusual objects, small stones arranged in peculiar patterns, bits of twisted metal, dried desert flora. He spoke of cleansing rituals, of the earth demanding balance. His words, though spoken with his usual theatrical flair, carried a chilling undercurrent I couldn't ignore. Then came the cairns. Strange piles of rocks, some topped with bleached animal skulls, appeared at irregular intervals along the deserted roads. Elias seemed drawn to them, almost reverent. He'd stop the car, circle the cairns, muttering words I couldn't understand. The desert air, previously crisp and clean, began to carry a faint, metallic tang. One evening, camped near a dry lakebed under a sky choked with stars, Elias spoke of ancient beings, protectors of the land. He described rituals, offerings made to appease these entities, to ensure safe passage. He spoke of a place, a hidden valley where these beings resided, a place of power. My resident skepticism crumbled under the weight of the vast, silent desert. I found myself nodding along, caught in the strange spell Elias seemed to be weaving. We drove deeper into the wilderness, following dirt tracks barely visible against the parched earth. The landscape became increasingly desolate. Twisted Joshua trees clawed at the sky, their shadows stretching long and distorted in the setting sun. The cairns grew larger, more elaborate, some decorated with feathers, bone fragments, and what looked disturbingly like dried blood. The metallic scent intensified, now mixed with something faintly sweet, something sickeningly familiar. The valley, when we finally found it, was a desolate bowl of cracked earth ringed by jagged peaks. A single, gnarled tree stood at its center, its branches twisted into grotesque shapes. At its base, a fire pit, blackened with the residue of countless offerings. This, Elias declared, was the place where we would perform the ritual that would cleanse us, the ritual that would, he wouldn't elaborate. He just smiled, that unsettling reptilian smile. He instructed me to gather wood, to build the fire, to prepare the offering. My fear, a cold knot in my stomach, warred with a strange compulsion to obey. The offering. Even now, the memory makes my stomach churn. A small, whimpering creature, found huddled beneath a rock. Elias hadn't explained its significance, but his eyes, burning with an unnerving intensity, had told me everything I needed to know. The chanting began as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and sickly yellow. Elias, his voice taking on a strange guttural quality, led the ritual. His movements were unsettlingly graceful, almost inhuman. The firelight danced across his face, illuminating his features with a terrifying clarity. And then the culmination. The knife, the offering, the chanting rising to a fever pitch, the ground trembling beneath my feet, the air thick with a metallic coppery tang, the shadows squirming, coalescing, taking shape. This is where my memory splinters, fractures. The edges are blurred, hazy with terror. I remember the weight of the knife, the slickness against my palm. I remember Elias's vacant stare, the chilling smile spreading across his face. I remember the shadows solidifying, becoming something more, something monstrous. And then darkness. I awoke to the sound of sirens, the harsh desert light stinging my eyes. Officers swarmed around me, their questions sharp, probing. Elias was gone. Vanished. The valley empty, silent, save for the whispering wind. The fire pit, cold and black, held only ashes and bone fragments. They never found Elias, or the creature if there ever was one. The official report attributed it to a psychotic break, a shared delusion. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that something ancient and malevolent still resides in that hidden valley, waiting for its next offering. Waiting in the darkness. Waiting for me. Story 15. The desert, they say, calls to certain people. Elias, bless his perpetually sunburned nose, was one of those called. He envisioned Joshua Tree as some sort of verdant oasis, a spiritual awakening tucked between the bleached rocks. I, Sarah, the pragmatic one, envisioned sunstroke and a desperate search for potable water. Still, I agreed to the trip. Elias' infectious enthusiasm, His meticulous cataloging of every quirky roadside attraction was hard to resist. We arrived late Friday, the park already cloaked in an unsettling, quiet darkness. The Joshua trees, twisted and gnarled, looked less like welcoming flora and more like skeletal fingers clawing at the indigo sky. Elias, ever the artist, declared their silhouettes, stark against the bruised violet horizon, a powerful juxtaposition of nature's brutality and beauty. I just wanted to find our campsite. We finally pitched our tent under the dubious protection of a particularly large boulder. The silence was profound. No crickets chirping, no wind rustling through leaves. Just a heavy stillness pressing down like a physical weight. Elias, oblivious, chattered excitedly about the cleansing rituals he'd read about, ancient ceremonies performed by native tribes under these very stars. He'd even brought a small, smooth black stone he'd found earlier to offer to the spirits of the desert. I rolled my eyes, chalking it up to his usual theatrics. Still, a prickle of unease, something I couldn't quite name, settled in the pit of my stomach. Around midnight, I woke to a low, rhythmic thumping. It seemed to be coming from somewhere, deep within the earth, vibrating up through the ground and into my bones. Elias was still asleep, his camera clutched in his hand, a disturbing gleam in his open eye. The thumping grew steadily louder, accompanied by a faint, high-pitched whine, like fingernails scraping across a chalkboard. Then the chanting started. It was low at first, a guttural murmur, almost indistinguishable from the wind. But it quickly escalated, becoming a grotesque symphony of rasping voices, rising and falling in an unsettling cadence. I shook Elias awake. He sat up, his eyes wide with not fear but a terrifying, childlike wonder. He pointed towards a small clearing, nestled between the jagged rocks, bathed in an eerie yellow light. Figures, tall and slender, their limbs elongated and unsettlingly graceful, danced around a fire. They moved with an unnatural fluidity, their shadows stretching and distorting against the rocks, becoming something other. The thumping intensified, the chanting reached a fever pitch, and the high-pitched whine became a piercing shriek. Then the figures stopped. One of them, taller than the rest, stepped forward. It raised its hand, holding something small and dark. In the flickering firelight, I saw it was another stone, identical to the one Elias had found. Only this one pulsed with a sickening crimson light. The figure placed the stone on a larger, flat rock in the center of the clearing. And then it began to scream. Not a human scream, but something primal, something ancient, filled with a chilling, reverent terror. The other figures joined in, their howls echoing off the rocks, weaving together into a horrific, almost melodic chant. Terror, pure, unadulterated terror, gripped me. I grabbed Elias' arm, urging him to run. But he remained transfixed, his eyes glued to the clearing, his camera still clicking, documenting every gruesome detail. He whispered, "They're cleansing the earth, Sarah. Offering balance." My resident skepticism crumbled. This was not balance. This was something older, something darker, something hungry. As the chanting reached a grotesque crescendo, the figures in the clearing began to change. Their movements became jerky, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles, and their heads lolled back, revealing elongated snouts and rows of sharp teeth. They were no longer human. They were something else. Something monstrous. The largest figure, the one that had placed the stone, turned its head and its vacant stare, fixed on our hiding place. A chilling smile spread across its reptilian face. And then it pointed, a long skeletal finger pointing directly at us. Panic erupted. I dragged Elias to his feet, and we ran blindly through the desert night, the guttural chanting pursuing us, echoing off the rocks, growing steadily closer. The Joshua trees, no longer artistic silhouettes, became clawing, grasping hands, reaching out to drag us back into the clearing. We scrambled over rocks, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding against our ribs, the primal horror of the ritual seared into our minds. We ran until we reached the main road, the familiar headlights of a passing car, a pathetic beacon against the oppressive darkness. We stumbled towards it, flagging it down, desperate for escape. The driver, a young woman, her face etched with concern, stopped and let us in. We didn't speak. We simply huddled in the back seat, the chilling words of the chant still echoing in our ears, the grotesque images of the ritual burned into our memories. We never returned to Joshua Tree, and we never spoke of what we saw that night. But sometimes, in the quiet stillness of the night, I can still hear the rhythmic thumping, the high-pitched whine and the chilling, guttural chant. And I know with a terrifying certainty that the desert still remembers. The earth demands balance. Story 16. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of dust and creosote, as we bumped along the dirt track towards the abandoned Fortuna mine. Elias, ever the theatrical ghost hunter, chattered excitedly about the mine's grim history. A cave-in back in 1888 had trapped dozens of miners, their fates sealed beneath tons of rock and earth. He believed their spirits, restless and aggrieved, still roamed the crumbling tunnels. I, the resident pragmatist, held on to my skepticism, though a shiver of unease ran down my spine as the dilapidated headframe loomed into view, a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the cloudless sky. Fortuna Mine. The name, once a beacon of hope, now whispered a chilling promise. Elias, armed with EMF readers and a thermal camera, practically bounced out of the Jeep, his infectious enthusiasm momentarily eclipsing the oppressive weight of the desert heat. I followed, camera clutched in my hand, documenting our every move for our small YouTube channel. Think of the views, Elias had said, a glint of avarice in his eye. A real haunted gold mine. This could be our big break. The entrance to the mine was a gaping maw of darkness, the timbers supporting its mouth rotted and splintered. Inside, the air grew instantly cooler, a welcome reprieve from the scorching Mojave sun. Elias, already deep in his performance, narrated our descent, his voice echoing through the cavernous space. He spoke of the miners' final moments, their desperate pleas for help swallowed by the earth. He pointed out the rusty pickaxes and ore carts, remnants of lives abruptly cut short. The deeper we went, the heavier the silence became, punctuated only by the drip, drip, drip of water seeping through the rock. Then we heard it. A faint humming, almost imperceptible at first, growing steadily louder. Elias paused, his theatrical demeanor replaced by a genuine look of unease. The humming intensified, resonating through the very rock around us. It felt ancient, primal, vibrating against my bones. Then another sound. A rhythmic tapping, like a hammer against stone, echoing from the depths of the mine. Elias, his face pale, pointed towards a narrow passage branching off the main tunnel. "That's where it's coming from," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the growing cacophony. We moved towards the sound, the humming and tapping now deafening. The narrow passage opened into a vast chamber, its walls covered in a strange, shimmering substance that resembled polished obsidian. In the center of the chamber, bathed in an eerie green light emanating from the obsidian walls, stood a figure. It was humanoid in shape, but its limbs were elongated, almost grotesquely so, and its head was small and pointed. Its skin seemed to shimmer and shift, like oil on water, and its eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The figure raised a hand, its long, spindly fingers twitching, and the humming intensified. The tapping stopped. A chilling silence descended upon the chamber. Then the figure began to speak. Not with words, but with a series of guttural clicks and whistles that seemed to vibrate through the very air around us. The air grew colder, the green light pulsating, and I felt a terrifying pressure building in my chest. Elias, his eyes wide with fear, grabbed my arm. "We need to leave," he whispered, his voice trembling. As we turned to flee, the obsidian walls began to glow brighter, the green light intensifying. The figure let out a piercing shriek, and the chamber began to shake. Rocks fell from the ceiling, and the ground beneath our feet cracked. The figure raised both hands, its spindly fingers outstretched, and the pressure in my chest became unbearable. I felt like I was being crushed, my lungs unable to draw breath. Elias screamed, a high-pitched, desperate sound. I turned to look at him, but the green light was so intense I could barely see. I felt his hand slip from my grasp, and then he was gone, swallowed by the swirling green light. The pressure in my chest intensified, the ground beneath me collapsing. I fell, tumbling into darkness, the chilling shriek of the figure echoing in my ears. I landed hard, the air knocked from my lungs. I scrambled to my feet, disoriented and terrified. The chamber was gone. I was back in the main tunnel, the humming and tapping silent. The air was thick with the scent of dust and something else. Something metallic, acrid. The green light was gone, replaced by the dim glow of my flashlight. I stumbled back towards the entrance, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to get out. I had to escape. I emerged from the mine, blinking in the harsh desert sun. The Jeep was still there, engine idling. I clambered inside, fumbled with the keys and turned the ignition. As I sped away, leaving the Fortuna mine behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That something ancient and malevolent had been unleashed, and that it wasn't finished with me. Story 17. The shimmering heat rising off the asphalt warped the already surreal landscape of Salvation Mountain. Bright, vibrant colors, naive and hopeful, clawed at the edges of the brutal, desolate desert. Elias, my eternally exuberant travel companion, practically vibrated with excitement, his camera clicking incessantly. He was documenting our spontaneous adventure for his small, niche YouTube channel dedicated to California's quirky roadside attractions. I, however, felt a prickle of unease, a disharmony between the whimsical artwork and the oppressive silence of the desert. We parked near a cluster of other vehicles, their occupants milling around, equally awed by Leonard Knight's strange creation. Elias, bless his misguided soul, bounded off to interview a woman whose face was almost entirely obscured by a massive, floppy sun hat. She held a yipping chihuahua aloft, its tiny, anxious eyes mirroring my own growing apprehension. I wandered towards the mountain itself, the crunching of gravel beneath my feet loud in the stillness. There was a strange, cloying sweetness in the air, almost metallic, like blood and overripe fruit fermenting in the sun. As I neared the mountain's base, I noticed peculiar symbols etched into some of the larger stones. Not the usual biblical verses or declarations of faith that adorned the surface, but something older, more primal. Spirals, concentric circles, crude figures with elongated limbs. They looked disturbingly familiar, triggering a faint memory, a half-forgotten image from a dusty anthropology textbook. Then I heard it. A low, rhythmic thumping, emanating from somewhere within the mountain. I stopped, my heart accelerating. Elias, finished with his interview, approached, his camera already clicking in my direction. "What is it?" he asked, his voice laced with his usual theatrical flair. I gestured towards the mountain. "Do you hear that?" Elias cocked his head, his theatrical ghost hunter persona momentarily forgotten. "Hear what?" The thumping intensified, resonating through the ground, vibrating against my feet. Then another sound joined it. A low, guttural chanting, rhythmic and unsettling. The other tourists, previously scattered across the area, began to coalesce around the base of the mountain, their faces drawn and pale. The woman with the chihuahua clutched the dog tighter, its whimpers now audible above the chanting. Elias, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a dawning horror, lowered his camera. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a chilling understanding. "We need to leave," he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. But we were already surrounded. Figures emerged from openings in the mountain, their bodies painted with the same symbols I had seen on the stones. Their movements were unsettlingly graceful, almost inhuman, their limbs elongated and distorted. They carried crude weapons, fashioned from bone and stone. The chanting intensified, becoming a guttural symphony of terror. Panic erupted. People screamed, scattering in all directions, but the figures moved with unnerving speed, cutting off escape routes. Elias grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "This way," he gasped, pulling me towards a narrow crevice in the side of the mountain. It seemed like a desperate gamble, but I followed him, scrambling over rocks, my heart pounding against my ribs. The crevice opened into a narrow passage, plunging into darkness. The chanting pursued us, echoing through the tunnels, amplified by the confined space. We stumbled blindly forward, the air thick with the metallic stench, the thumping now a physical weight pressing against my chest. The passage twisted and turned, descending deeper into the earth, the chanting growing louder, closer. I felt a chilling certainty that we were not escaping, but being led, drawn deeper into the heart of something ancient and malevolent. The passage opened into a large cavern, dimly lit by flickering torches. The air was stifling, heavy with the smell of blood and decay. In the center of the cavern, a fire burned, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the walls. The figures surrounded the fire, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. And in the center of the flames, I saw it. The source of the thumping. A human heart still beating, pulsating with a sickening, rhythmic thud. Elias and I were dragged towards the fire, our struggles futile against their trained hands. I saw the glint of a blade, a wickedly sharp knife fashioned from obsidian. The chanting reached a crescendo, and the figures raised their weapons. I closed my eyes, the metallic stench filling my nostrils, the rhythmic thumping of the heart a terrifying counterpoint to the rising chant. My final thought, as the darkness consumed me, was a chilling understanding of the true nature of Salvation Mountain, a place not of salvation, but of sacrifice. A place where the desert, not content with simply claiming lives, demanded offerings. And we, unwitting travelers lured by the promise of quirky roadside attractions, had become the latest ingredients in a ritual as old as the mountains themselves. Story 18. My fingers, stained crimson, clutched the cracked lens of my camera. The chanting, a grotesque symphony of guttural sounds, reverberated in my bones, the earth itself seeming to tremble. Around the fire, bathed in a disturbingly vibrant green light, the coven continued their dance. Their movements, unsettlingly fluid, became increasingly frenzied, culminating in a chilling crescendo of shrieks and howls. My breath hitched, a choked sob escaping my lips as I watched the culmination of their dark harvest ritual. It wasn't grapes they crushed beneath their bare feet, but something far more horrifying. Something I wished, with every fiber of my being, I could unsee. It had all started so innocently. A sisterly getaway, a wine-tasting tour through Sonoma County. Sarah, ever the meticulous planner, had crafted an itinerary packed with charming wineries and picturesque picnic spots. I, the designated documentarian, was armed with my trusty camera, ready to capture every memory. Elias, Sarah's perpetually enthusiastic boyfriend, tagged along, his infectious excitement a stark contrast to my usual cynicism. Our first stop was a small, family-owned vineyard nestled amidst rolling hills. The tasting was pleasant enough, the wine crisp and the views breathtaking. It was Elias who noticed the sign, a crudely painted wooden plank pointing down a narrow, overgrown track. Hidden Valley Vineyard, it proclaimed, promising unique handcrafted wines. Sarah, ever the adventurer, was immediately intrigued. I, however, felt a prickle of unease. The isolation, the lack of any other visitors, the almost oppressive silence of the valley, it all felt off. Against my better judgment, we followed the track. It wound deeper and deeper into the valley, the fragrant vineyards giving way to dense, overgrown woods. The air grew heavy, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy above. The track eventually opened into a small clearing. A bonfire crackled merrily in the center, casting flickering shadows against the surrounding trees. Several figures, draped in mismatched clothing, danced around the flames. Their faces were obscured by shadows, but I could make out the glint of something metallic in their hands. Elias, in his usual theatrical flair, declared it a rustic, authentic experience. Sarah, though slightly hesitant, agreed. I, however, felt a growing sense of dread. The chanting, a low, guttural murmur, had started the moment we entered the clearing. It was unsettling, primal, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. As we approached, the figures stopped their dance. They turned towards us, their faces now illuminated by the firelight. My blood ran cold. Their features were sharp, almost angular, their eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. They were not the friendly winemakers I had expected. Elias, oblivious to the growing tension, greeted them cheerfully. They responded with an unsettling silence, their gazes unwavering. The chanting started again, this time louder, more insistent. It was a strange, dissonant melody, the words indecipherable yet somehow familiar. A faint memory flickered in the back of my mind, a childhood nursery rhyme twisted into something dark and sinister. The figures began to move towards us, their movements unsettlingly graceful. Elias, finally sensing the shift in atmosphere, grabbed Sarah's hand. I clutched my camera, my heart pounding against my ribs. We tried to retreat, but the figures closed in, their chanting intensifying, their eyes burning with a terrifying fervor. They surrounded us, their metallic implements glinting in the firelight. I recognized them now. Sickles, not for harvesting grapes, but for something far more sinister. The air grew thick with the metallic scent of blood. The ground beneath my feet felt sticky, the crimson stain spreading outwards from the bonfire. I understood then. This wasn't a vineyard. It was a hunting ground. And we were the prey. Sarah screamed. Elias yelled, trying to shield her with his body. I raised my camera, the lens capturing the horrifying scene unfolding before me. The figures lunged. The sickles flashed. A sickening crunch echoed through the clearing. The chanting reached a fever pitch, drowning out Sarah's screams. I kept clicking, documenting every gruesome detail. The camera became my shield, my only connection to reality in this nightmare. I watched, paralyzed by terror, as the figures performed their dark ritual. The green light intensified, bathing the clearing in a sickly, otherworldly glow. The chanting became a cacophony of guttural sounds, the earth trembling beneath the force of their dark magic. And then silence. The figures dispersed, their shadows swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The fire died down, leaving behind a smoldering pile of ash and bone. The green light faded, revealing the true horror of the scene. My fingers, still clutching the camera, trembled. The lens was cracked, the last image seared into its memory. A grotesque tableau of blood and bone, illuminated by an unnatural green light. A chilling reminder of the dark harvest ritual we had stumbled upon. A secret hidden deep within the heart of Sonoma County. A secret I now carry with me, a chilling weight that will forever haunt my dreams. Story 19. The antique map, brittle with age, promised untold riches. Elias, perpetually wide-eyed and optimistic, believed every word. He dragged me, his reluctant best friend, and Sarah, my younger sister, on this fool's errand. A treasure hunt through the Redwood National and State Parks, he called it. He'd even procured a ridiculous floppy sun hat for Sarah, declaring her our designated documentarian. My resident skepticism, usually a strong shield, had been chipped away by Elias' infectious enthusiasm. The map led us deep into the forest, further than any sane tourist would venture, to a remote cabin nestled among the ancient redwoods. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, felt heavy, oppressive. A stillness clung to the forest, broken only by the distant chirping of unseen birds. The cabin, weathered and gray, seemed to melt into the shadows. A single, crooked chimney jutted from the sloping roof, a spiral symbol painted crudely in faded red near the door. The same spiral from the map. Elias, already halfway up the crumbling wooden steps, pointed excitedly. "See, I told you it was real," he declared, his voice echoing through the unnerving silence. I exchanged a worried glance with Sarah. Her usually bright smile seemed strained. The cabin's interior was sparsely furnished. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through the grimy windows. A musty smell like overripe fruit and something vaguely metallic hung in the air. In the center of the main room, a large black stone rested on the warped floorboards. It seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. A chilling reverence settled over the room, a sense of something sacred, something wrong. Elias, oblivious to the growing unease, spoke again. "According to the map," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "this cabin was the site of some kind of, well, ritual." He gestured towards the stone. This was their altar. As he spoke, a subtle shift occurred. The air grew colder, the silence deeper. A low hum began to vibrate through the floor, almost imperceptible at first, then steadily intensifying. Sarah whimpered, clutching her camera. The hum resonated within my chest, a physical weight pressing against my ribs. My initial thought was a generator, some hidden machinery. But the rhythm, the cadence felt organic. Elias, caught up in his own excitement, continued rambling about ancient cults and forgotten rituals. He didn't seem to notice the change, the growing tension in the air. Or perhaps he did, and his perpetually jovial demeanor was a desperate attempt to ignore it. Then the chanting started. Softly at first, a guttural murmur weaving through the trees. It grew steadily louder, more insistent, resonating with the humming beneath our feet. The words were unintelligible, yet they carried a chilling weight, a sense of ancient power. Sarah screamed, a high, panicked sound that was quickly swallowed by the growing cacophony. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, solidify. Shapes began to emerge from the darkness, figures draped in mismatched clothing, their faces obscured by shadows. They moved with an unsettling fluidity, their limbs elongated, their movements almost inhuman. As they stepped into the faint light filtering through the windows, I saw their hands. Long, spindly fingers tipped with something that gleamed, something sharp. The metallic scent in the air intensified, sickeningly sweet. They circled the black stone, their chanting reaching a fever pitch, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The humming beneath our feet vibrated through my entire body, a terrifying counterpoint to their guttural symphony. Elias, finally sensing the shift, his theatrical ghost hunter persona momentarily forgotten, stared wide-eyed at the figures. His usual easygoing nature seemed strained, his smile frozen. He spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "I think we should go." The figures stopped their dance. They turned towards us, their shadows stretching across the room, swallowing us in darkness. Their gazes were unwavering, unsettlingly focused. One figure, taller than the others, stepped forward. It placed a hand, long and skeletal, on the black stone. A chilling smile spread across its shadowed face. Its voice, a raspy whisper that cut through the chanting, echoed through the cabin. "The earth demands balance." The figures lunged. Sarah screamed again, a desperate sound cut short as a figure grabbed her, its spindly fingers tightening around her throat. Elias yelled, a primal sound of terror, and flung himself at the figure holding Sarah. His struggles were futile against their unnatural strength. I grabbed my camera, the only weapon I had, and swung it at the closest figure. It shattered against its hard, almost metallic skin. The figure turned towards me, its vacant stare burning into my soul. I stumbled backward, tripped over the black stone, and fell to the floor. The humming intensified, vibrating through my bones. The chanting rose to a grotesque crescendo, the figures closing in. My last thought, before the darkness consumed me, was a horrifying, chilling certainty. The earth remembers, and it demands balance. Story 20. Elias, a self-proclaimed expert in the obscure and the unsettling, convinced me a digital detox was exactly what my soul needed. A road trip through California's less traveled paths. He promised forgotten ghost towns, quirky roadside oddities, and a complete disconnect from the digital deluge. I, ever the pragmatist, packed a hefty power bank and my trusty camera, determined to document every bizarre pit stop Elias had meticulously plotted on his hand-drawn map. Our first stop, a supposed vortex of spiritual energy nestled somewhere within the Panamint Mountains, turned out to be a desolate patch of cracked earth. Elias, unfazed, declared it pulsated with untold cosmic power. I snapped a photo of him, his ridiculous floppy sun hat perched precariously on his head, a single tumbleweed rolling past in the background. Days blurred into a strange montage of sun-baked landscapes, dilapidated gas stations, and Elias's increasingly eccentric pronouncements. He began speaking of hidden valleys, ancient rituals, and entities that resided just beyond our perception, their influence subtly weaving into the fabric of reality. I chalked it up to the heat, the isolation, a touch of desert madness perhaps. Then the cairns started appearing. Small, almost unnoticeable piles of stones, positioned at irregular intervals along the roadside. Elias's usual jovial chatter ceased. He became quiet, almost reverent, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon. Somewhere near the ghost town of Ballarat, a shift occurred. The air grew noticeably cooler, a stark contrast to the desert heat. The cairns became larger, more elaborate, fashioned into grotesque shapes that resembled distorted human figures. Elias, his perpetually cheerful demeanor replaced by a chilling intensity, explained these were offerings, a way to appease the entities. I felt a prickling unease, a growing conviction that Elias's ramblings weren't entirely fueled by an overactive imagination. Night fell swiftly in the Mojave. We found ourselves on a dirt track, the cairns now towering over us, casting long, grotesque shadows in the fading light. A low, guttural chanting began to echo through the desolate landscape, a dissonant melody that seemed to vibrate through the earth itself. My resident skepticism crumbled. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. The chanting intensified, drawing closer. Then, through the swirling dust, I saw them. Elongated figures, draped in what looked like mismatched clothing, their faces obscured by crude masks. They danced around a bonfire, their movements unsettlingly fluid, their guttural symphony reaching a fever pitch. Elias, his eyes wide with a terrifying mixture of fear and fascination, grabbed my camera. "Document this," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the chanting. "The world needs to know." I shook my head, my hand trembling as I fumbled for the pepper spray in my backpack. "We need to leave," I hissed, my voice laced with panic. But Elias was transfixed, his camera clicking incessantly, capturing every gruesome detail of the ritual unfolding before us. Then the figures stopped their dance. They turned towards us, their vacant stares burning into me. A chilling silence descended, broken only by the crackling of the bonfire. One of the figures, taller than the rest, stepped forward. It held something small in its hand, something that glinted in the firelight. As it moved closer, I realized with dawning horror what it was. A human heart still beating. Elias, finally sensing the danger, dropped his camera and screamed. But it was too late. The figures lunged, their spindly fingers reaching, their guttural howls echoing through the desert night. I ran, blindly, desperately, the terrifying image of the heart seared into my mind. The chanting pursued me, growing fainter as I stumbled through the darkness, my lungs burning, my heart pounding against my ribs. I don't know how long I ran. I don't know how I escaped. I only know that I left Elias behind, a sacrifice to the entities he so eagerly sought to document. The police never believed my story. They attributed Elias's disappearance to a psychotic break, a tragic consequence of venturing too far into the wilderness. But I know the truth. I know what resides in those hidden valleys, what lurks in the shadows between the worlds. And I know that the earth, in its own disturbing way, demands balance. Sometimes, it collects its due in the form of a perpetually enthusiastic and ultimately naive explorer. Story 22. My phone, clutched in a death grip, displayed a single, pulsating green spiral. It was the app, the damned haunted location app, the genesis of this nightmare. The spiral, once a digital symbol promising adventure, now pulsed with a sickly, unnatural luminescence, mirroring the swirling vortex that had opened up in the clearing before us. From that vortex, those figures continued to emerge. Their limbs, elongated and unsettlingly fluid, moved with a grotesque grace, their faces obscured by crude masks fashioned from dried desert flora. They were no longer confined to the digital realm. They were here in the stark, unforgiving reality of the Mojave Desert, and the chilling knowledge that I was next sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror through me. It had all started innocently enough, a spontaneous girls' trip, a break from the concrete jungle. Sarah, eternally optimistic and armed with a meticulously curated itinerary of quirky California landmarks, had downloaded the app. It promised hidden gems, forgotten ghost towns and places off the beaten path, a taste of authentic California. I, the resident skeptic, had rolled my eyes but tagged along, secretly thrilled by the illicit adventure. Our first 2 days were a blur of charming wineries, fragrant vineyards, and picturesque picnic spots. We sampled handcrafted wines, discussed the dubious protection offered by pepper spray, and laughed at Sarah's ridiculous floppy sun hat, perched precariously on her head. The app led us to a few abandoned homesteads, bleached buildings whispering tales of forgotten lives. Nothing paranormal, just the quiet grandeur of decay. The shift happened on our third night. The app, usually a vibrant tapestry of user-submitted locations, showed only one point, a solitary, pulsating green spiral deep within the Panamint Mountains. Sarah, perpetually enthusiastic, declared it a hidden valley, a place of spiritual energy nestled somewhere within the rugged peaks. I felt a prickling unease, a growing apprehension that I couldn't quite place. The surrounding desert, usually vibrant under the midday glare, now seemed strangely muted, the Joshua trees clawing at the sky with an unsettling intensity. The track towards the spiral led us deeper into the desolate expanse, the landscape shifting from sparse vegetation to bare, cracked earth. Cairns, small piles of stones, started appearing at irregular intervals along the track, each marked with the same green spiral symbol painted crudely in what looked like dried blood. My unease intensified. The cairns became larger, more elaborate, some topped with bleached animal skulls and arranged in disturbing patterns. We reached a small clearing just as twilight deepened. In the center stood a large black stone, pulsating with the same sickly green light as the spiral on the app. The air grew noticeably colder, a chilling stillness clinging to the space. Then the chanting started, a low, guttural murmur weaving through the stillness, growing steadily louder, more insistent. Figures, draped in white cloth and carrying what looked like polished obsidian implements, emerged from the surrounding darkness. They moved with an unnerving grace, their limbs elongated and their faces obscured. They formed a circle around the black stone, their chanting intensifying, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The air vibrated with an unseen energy, the earth itself seeming to tremble beneath our feet. Sarah, her usual jovial demeanor replaced by a vacant stare, started collecting small stones and arranging them in a spiral pattern, mirroring the symbol on the app, on the cairns, on the stone. She was humming along to the chant, a dissonant melody unlike anything I'd ever heard before. I tried to pull her away, to snap her out of whatever strange spell she was under, but she shrugged me off, her eyes glazed over with an unsettling focus. Then the figures stopped their dance. They turned towards us, their vacant stares burning into me. One figure, larger than the rest, stepped forward. It raised a hand, a skeletal finger pointing directly at Sarah. The chanting ceased. A chilling silence descended, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. The figure gestured towards the black stone. In that moment, every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to escape. But a strange paralysis gripped me, a terrifying certainty that I was witnessing something ancient, something powerful, something I was never meant to see. I watched, frozen in horror, as Sarah, her eyes still vacant, walked towards the stone. She placed her hands upon its smooth, unsettlingly cold surface. The figures closed in, their chanting starting again, now a grotesque crescendo. The green light intensified, swirling around Sarah, engulfing her. A high-pitched shriek tore through the silence, then nothing. The light faded. The figures dispersed, disappearing back into the darkness. The silence returned, heavy, oppressive, mocking. Sarah was gone. Now, they emerge again from that swirling vortex, their numbers growing with each pulse of the cursed spiral on my phone. Their vacant stares are fixed on me, their silent observation a chilling promise of what awaits. The desert night claws at me, offering no solace, no escape. The earth remembers, and it demands balance. My phone, still clutched in my hand, vibrates. The spiral pulses, a beacon in the darkness, a gateway to a terror I can no longer comprehend. They are coming for me. Story 23. The rideshare app, usually a beacon of predictable convenience, blinked a cryptic error message. My destination, a quirky roadside museum Elias insisted we visit, vanished. Replaced by a pulsating, emerald green spiral, slowly rotating against a stark black background. Elias, my perpetually jovial travel companion, chuckled. He declared it a digital hiccup, a momentary glitch in the matrix. I, however, felt a prickle of unease. A chill that had nothing to do with the perfectly temperate Californian evening. The driver, a woman with a disconcertingly vacant stare, didn't seem to notice the spiraling anomaly on her phone. She simply nodded, her voice a raspy whisper, confirming our pickup. The car, an older model sedan with a lingering scent of overripe peaches, arrived promptly. Elias, already chattering animatedly about ley lines and vortexes, didn't seem to notice the car's peculiar odor, or the driver's unnervingly silent demeanor. As we drove, the familiar landscape of vineyards and rolling hills began to shift. The roads narrowed, becoming increasingly potholed. The air grew heavy, thick with an unfamiliar metallic tang. Elias, usually a meticulous planner, seemed unfazed by our increasingly remote surroundings. He continued to ramble about hidden energies and spiritual awakenings. His usual infectious enthusiasm felt forced, almost manic. Hours passed. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised plum and sickly yellow. The landscape outside became an endless expanse of scrub brush and twisted Joshua trees, their silhouettes clawing at the darkening sky. Finally, the car lurched to a stop. We were in a clearing, surrounded by towering, ancient redwoods. The air was still, heavy and strangely cold. The spiraling symbol from the app flickered in my memory. The driver turned, her vacant stare now fixed on me. "Upgrade available," she rasped, a chilling smile spreading across her face. She gestured towards a figure emerging from the shadows beneath the trees. Tall, gaunt, and draped in what looked like animal hides, the figure held a wickedly gleaming obsidian blade. Elias, oblivious to the growing sense of dread coiling in my stomach, hopped out of the car. He approached the figure, his usual jovial banter replaced by an unsettlingly calm demeanor. "So this is it, huh?" he said, his voice almost a whisper. "The hidden valley, the source." The figure nodded, its movements unnervingly fluid. It raised the obsidian blade, its sharp edge glinting in the fading light. And then, with a speed that defied its gaunt frame, it lunged towards Elias. My scream died in my throat. The figure, its face now inches from mine, placed a cold, spindly finger against my lips. "Silence," it hissed, its voice a guttural growl. "The upgrade requires a willing participant." Terror gripped me, paralyzing me. I watched, helpless, as the figure dragged Elias's limp body towards a large black stone at the center of the clearing. Smaller stones, arranged in a disturbingly familiar spiral pattern, surrounded the larger one. The emerald green spiral from the app flashed again in my mind, now a symbol of chilling comprehension. The figure turned back to me, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. "Your friend chose poorly," it rasped. "But you," it continued, its voice taking on a sickeningly sweet tone, "you have been chosen for something more." It gestured towards the black stone, its surface shimmering with an oily, iridescent sheen. "A chance to transcend. To become one with the source," my mind screamed. My every instinct shrieked at me to run, to escape this nightmare. But the figure's gaze held me captive. Its words, whispered promises of power and enlightenment, wormed their way into my thoughts. A strange, almost hypnotic calm settled over me. I found myself stepping towards the stone, drawn by an unseen force. As I reached the stone, the figure raised the obsidian blade. The emerald spiral pulsed in my vision, growing larger, brighter. I closed my eyes, a chilling acceptance washing over me. The upgrade, I realized with a terrifying certainty, was not an escape. It was a sacrifice. A final, irrevocable surrender to the darkness that resided in the heart of this hidden valley. And in that moment, as the cold blade touched my skin, I understood. The rideshare app hadn't glitched. It had delivered me, precisely where I was meant to be. Story 25. Okay, so Elias, bless his cotton socks, was obsessed with the spiral. Not some profound philosophical concept. No, a literal emerald green spiral he'd stumbled across online. Part of some obscure, supposed Californian creepypasta challenge. Follow the spiral, find your truth. It promised enlightenment or something. Me, Sarah, and David, we were his dedicated YouTube entourage, documenting every quirky pit stop, every questionable roadside attraction. We thought it was just another harmless internet thing, good for a few laughs and maybe a viral video. We were wrong, dead wrong. It started innocently enough. A faded hand-painted sign by the highway, a vibrant green spiral scrawled on weathered wood, just like in Elias's creepypasta screenshots. Elias practically vibrated with excitement. David, our resident skeptic, rolled his eyes but went along with it. Sarah, my younger sister, just shrugged, content to soak up the California sun. The spiral led us down increasingly desolate backroads, paved perfection dissolving into pitted dirt tracks. The familiar landscape, fragrant vineyards and sun-drenched hills, gave way to something harsher. Twisted Joshua trees clawed at the bruised violet sky, their shadows long and menacing. Then came the cairns. Small, almost unnoticeable at first, piles of bleached white stones arranged in precise, spiraling patterns. They became larger, more frequent, the spiral motif appearing everywhere. Etched into rocks, painted crudely onto abandoned shacks, even woven into the dried desert flora. A disturbing, unsettling pattern emerging from the seemingly random. The first real sign that something was wrong, seriously wrong, happened at an abandoned gas station. Elias found a dusty, antique gramophone, its horn shaped, you guessed it, in a spiral. He wound it up, a grating, metallic wheeze escaping from its depths. A warped, dissonant melody filled the air, a chilling imitation of a childhood nursery rhyme, twisted into something unsettling, almost sinister. The air grew noticeably colder, a sudden chill in the desert heat. Sarah shivered, pulling her jacket tighter. Even David's usual cynicism seemed strained. That night, camped out under a sky choked with a million unfamiliar stars, the unease solidified into full-blown fear. Elias became increasingly agitated, rambling about hidden energies and ancient rituals. He'd found a tattered, leather-bound book inside the gramophone case, filled with cryptic symbols and what looked like handwritten sheet music. The unsettling spiral motif dominated every page. He kept reading passages aloud, his voice taking on a strange, guttural quality, the words tasting of something ancient and wrong. Then the chanting started. Soft at first, a distant murmur carried on the desert wind. It grew steadily louder, closer, weaving its way into the silence, a grotesque symphony of rasping voices. The cairns, previously scattered across the landscape, began to glow with an eerie internal light, pulsating with a sickly green luminescence. Figures emerged from the darkness, elongated, skeletal forms draped in white cloth, their faces obscured by crude, spiral-shaped masks. They moved with an unnerving grace, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Their chanting intensified, a terrifying crescendo that vibrated through the earth itself. Terror gripped me, cold and paralyzing. Sarah sobbed silently beside me, her face buried in my shoulder. David, his usual jovial banter replaced by a stark, silent terror, grabbed a hefty branch, a pathetic defense against the approaching figures. Elias, however, seemed transfixed, almost hypnotized. He stepped towards the chanting figures, a serene, almost vacant stare burning in his eyes. He held the gramophone aloft, the warped melody spilling from its horn, a grotesque counterpoint to the chanting. He was offering it to them, a gift and offering. And then they took him, dragged him into the darkness, their spindly fingers tightening around his limbs, his screams swallowed by the chanting. The gramophone clattered to the ground, the needle scratching across the warped record, a final, chilling shriek echoing through the desert night. David and I grabbed Sarah and ran. We ran blindly through the darkness, the chanting pursuing us, a terrifying reminder of what we had witnessed. We didn't stop running until the first rays of dawn painted the sky a bruised violet, the desert stretching before us, vast and empty. The cairns were gone. The chanting had stopped. But the spiral, the chilling emerald green spiral, remained burned into my memory. A permanent, terrifying reminder of the night we followed the spiral and found not truth, but something far, far worse. Something hungry, something ancient. And it's still out there, waiting for the next unsuspecting traveler to follow the spiral. Story 26. The salt spray stung my face, a gritty reminder of the churning Pacific below. Elias, bless his soul, was practically levitating with excitement, his chihuahua, Pepito, yipping a frantic counterpoint to the waves. "Picture it, Sarah," he declared, extending a spindly finger towards the hazy horizon. Untold cosmic power, just waiting to be tapped. I, the resident pragmatist, squinted at the churning gray expanse. "I envisioned sunstroke," I replied dryly, adjusting my ridiculous floppy sun hat. This was day 3 of our spontaneous, spiritual awakening in authentic California road trip, an itinerary meticulously curated by Elias, self-proclaimed expert on all things esoteric. He'd promised hidden vortexes, forgotten ghost towns, and enlightenment tucked between quirky roadside attractions. I'd envisioned overpriced gas station coffee and questionable restrooms. So far, I was winning. Our first stop, a supposed vortex in the Sonoma County hills, had been a dusty clearing with an overabundance of poison oak. The second, a charming winery, was more promising, but the aromatic hints of fermentation couldn't quite mask the growing unease that had begun to settle beneath my skin. The cairn started there. Small piles of whitewashed stones, perfectly balanced, almost beckoning. Elias chattered animatedly about them, attributing their presence to ancient Native American ceremonies. I, however, felt a prickling sense of something else, something older watching. Now, perched precariously on a bluff overlooking the ocean, the cairns were larger, more frequent. Elias, oblivious to my growing apprehension, continued his rambling about hidden energies and natural forces. He produced a dusty anthropology textbook, reading passages aloud with a chilling reverence that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The wind picked up, whipping my hair across my face, and the previously gentle rhythm of the waves became a relentless pounding. "The earth demands balance," Elias intoned dramatically, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape. "Offerings must be made." He placed a small, smooth stone on a particularly large cairn. As his fingers brushed the bleached white surface, a shift occurred. The air became noticeably colder. The light faded, though the sun was still high in the sky. The cheerful chirping of unseen birds stopped abruptly. A heavy, almost palpable stillness clung to the bluff. I grabbed Elias's arm. "Let's go," I said, my voice trembling slightly. He simply smiled, an unsettlingly serene smile, and shook his head. "We've only just begun, Sarah. The earth remembers. It calls to those who listen." The drive south became a blur of increasingly desolate backroads, punctuated by ever larger cairns, some topped with bleached animal skulls, others with twisted pieces of driftwood. The predictable convenience of gas stations and rest stops vanished, replaced by abandoned homesteads and crumbling wooden shacks. The silence deepened, broken only by the occasional creak of the car and Elias's increasingly eccentric pronouncements. We stopped at an abandoned gas station, its single, flickering fluorescent light casting eerie shadows. The air was thick with the cloying sweetness of overripe fruit rotting in the sun. Elias, his eyes gleaming with an almost manic intensity, pointed excitedly at a crudely painted wooden plank leaning against a rusty pump. A vibrant green spiral, bisected by a jagged line, was scrawled across its surface. "Look, Sarah. A symbol. They're guiding us." He bounded ahead, his sandals snapping against the cracked concrete. I trailed behind, my stomach churning, a growing sense of dread coiling in my gut. Inside the gas station, the air was heavy with a metallic stench. A single, dusty grandfather clock ticked in the corner, its rhythmic tapping a grotesque counterpoint to the silence outside. Elias was staring intently at a wall covered in graffiti, tracing the recurring spiral motif with a spindly finger. "It's a map," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "They're leading us to the valley. The place where they reside." He turned, his usually bright smile now strained, almost sinister. "They're waiting for us, Sarah. We're their offering." The final leg of our journey was a bone-jarring trek down a barely discernible footpath leading into a hidden valley. Towering redwoods blocked out the last vestiges of sunlight, plunging us into perpetual twilight. The air grew colder, the silence deeper, punctuated by unsettling rustling sounds coming from the dense undergrowth. The cairns here were enormous, some taller than me, shaped like grotesque figures with elongated limbs. Elias, his usual jovial banter replaced by an unnerving silence, led me to a clearing. In the center stood a large black stone, pulsating with a sickly green luminescence. Around it, figures draped in white sheets swayed gently, their movements unsettlingly fluid, their chanting a low, guttural murmur that vibrated through the ground beneath my feet. Elias stepped forward, a strange, almost vacant stare burning in his eyes. He placed his hand on the black stone, and the green light intensified, swirling around him, pulling him in. He turned to me, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "They welcome us, Sarah. Join us. Become one with the earth." The figures closed in, their chanting rising to a terrifying crescendo. I screamed, a desperate, panicked sound that was quickly swallowed by the dense redwood forest. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was the chilling emerald green spiral, pulsating against the black stone, a terrifying reminder of the ancient, malevolent force that resided within this hidden valley. The earth remembers, and it demands balance. Story 27. The fluorescent lights of the diner buzzed, a sickly yellow against the deep violet of the Mojave night. Inside, the air hung thick and sweet, like overripe fruit fermenting. I pulled my dusty jeans higher on my hips and pushed open the heavy glass door, a small bell jingling discordantly above. Elias, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, bounded ahead, his camera already clicking, documenting every linoleum tile, every cracked vinyl booth, every fly-specked menu. His enthusiasm for the mundane always baffled me, but tonight, a prickling unease replaced my usual amusement. The diner was almost empty. 3 figures occupied a booth in the far corner, their backs to us. A woman sat alone at the counter, staring blankly at a cup of coffee that had long since grown cold. The waitress, a gaunt figure in a faded floral dress, stood behind the counter, polishing a glass with a slow, deliberate motion. Her face, partially obscured by a curtain of greasy dark hair, seemed strangely drawn, almost skeletal. Elias chose a booth near the window, the desert stretching out beyond the grimy glass like an endless, Inkai sea. I slid in opposite him, the vinyl sticking uncomfortably to my skin. The sweet, cloying smell intensified, making my stomach churn. I glanced towards the other patrons. They hadn't moved. The 3 figures in the corner remained hunched together, their stillness unnerving. The woman at the counter hadn't touched her coffee. "Perfect, just perfect," Elias chirped, his voice echoing unnaturally in the near-empty space. "Authentic Americana. This is exactly the kind of place you never find unless you're willing to venture off the beaten path." The waitress shuffled over to our table, her movements unsettlingly fluid. She didn't speak, simply placed 2 menus before us, her fingers long and thin, lingering on the laminated plastic. Their tips seemed strangely pointed, almost sharp. I opened the menu, the print blurring before my eyes. My appetite had completely vanished. The sweet, rotting smell permeated everything. I glanced at Elias. He was flipping through the pages, seemingly oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere. "They have apple pie," he announced, his voice unnaturally loud. "Homemade. We have to try it." I forced a smile, a knot tightening in my stomach. "Maybe later." The waitress still stood beside our table, watching us with an unnerving intensity. Her eyes, dark and hollow, seemed to absorb all the light around them. I cleared my throat. "Just water, please." She nodded, a slow, deliberate movement, and glided back to the counter. The silence returned, heavy and suffocating. I could hear the low hum of the fluorescent lights, the quiet clinking of the waitress's movements, and a faint, rhythmic tapping coming from the booth in the corner. It sounded like someone gently drumming their fingers on the table, but the rhythm was strange, almost hypnotic. I looked at Elias. He was staring out the window, his camera still clutched in his hand. The desert beyond the glass seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly green light. I blinked and it was gone. "Elias," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Something isn't right here." He turned to me, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a strange, vacant stare. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice flat, almost monotone. "These people," I gestured towards the other patrons. "They haven't moved. They haven't spoken. And that smell," Elias smiled, a slow, chilling smile that spread across his face like a crack in the earth. "They're just locals," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper. "Enjoying a quiet evening. You're being paranoid." He turned back to the window, the green light pulsing again, stronger this time. The tapping in the corner intensified, the rhythm becoming faster, more insistent. The waitress returned with our water, her eyes fixed on me. She placed the glasses on the table, her fingers brushing against mine. They were cold like ice. "The pie is almost ready," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the rhythmic tapping. I looked at Elias. He was staring at the waitress, his eyes wide, unblinking. The green light in the desert pulsed, illuminating his face with an unnatural luminescence. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. The figures in the corner slowly turned. Their faces, obscured by shadows, were elongated, almost snout-like. Their eyes glowed with the same sickly green light as the desert outside. They rose, their movements unsettlingly graceful, and began to move towards us, their hands, tipped with long, pointed fingers, reaching out. The woman at the counter turned as well, her face now visible in the flickering fluorescent light. Her eyes were empty sockets, and her mouth was stretched into a wide, grotesque grin, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. Elias finally spoke, his voice a guttural rasp. "They've been waiting for us," he whispered, his eyes still fixed on the approaching figures. "The earth demands balance." The waitress placed a slice of apple pie on the table before me. The filling pulsed with a vibrant, emerald green light. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the desert night, lost in the rising chant that filled the diner, a guttural, dissonant melody that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the earth. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was about to become an offering, another ingredient in their grotesque harvest ritual. The desert had claimed me. Story 28. The peeling, faded sign read, "Rest Area 1 mile." A welcome sight, frankly. My eternally optimistic travel companion, Elias, insisted we explore the abandoned rest stop despite the encroaching storm. I, the pragmatist, the resident skeptic of our little family unit, pointed out the ominous purple bruise blooming across the sky. But Elias, perpetually jovial, declared an authentic California experience demanded at least one roadside oddity. My younger sister, Lily, oblivious to the growing tension, chased fireflies in the dying sunlight, her floral dress a splash of vibrancy against the muted landscape. The rest stop was more desolate than advertised. Paint peeled from the bleached concrete buildings. Weeds choked the cracked asphalt, and the restrooms, well, let's just say questionable doesn't even begin to cover it. An uncomfortable quiet clung to the place, amplified by the approaching storm. The air, thick with the scent of pine and something faintly metallic, prickled my skin. Elias, camera perpetually attached, bounded ahead, documenting every chipped paint fleck and rusting swing set. Lily, still trailing fireflies, wandered towards a small, fenced-off playground. I noticed something odd. Small, whitewashed stones, almost perfectly spherical, were arranged in peculiar patterns around the perimeter of the playground. They weren't scattered randomly. They were placed with unsettling precision, forming concentric circles and spiraling patterns. "Look," I called, pointing. Elias, usually immune to my cynicism, actually paused, his usual theatrical ghost hunter persona momentarily forgotten. He moved closer, camera clicking incessantly. Lily, her childlike wonder momentarily eclipsing any sense of unease, joined us. "Weird," Elias murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. As we examined the stones, the light around us seemed to shift. The vibrant hues of the sunset bled away, replaced by a sickly, grayish green. The air grew colder, a sudden chill despite the lingering warmth of the day. Then we heard it. A low, guttural murmur, weaving through the rustling leaves, a sound like someone gargling gravel. Elias, ever the optimist, declared it a local animal. I, however, felt a prickle of unease, a deep, primal instinct warning me that we were not alone. The light flickered again, and in the periphery I saw movement. Elongated shadows stretched from behind the dilapidated restrooms, their forms distorted, their movements unsettlingly fluid. "Elias," I whispered, my voice trembling. He turned, finally noticing the growing darkness, the encroaching figures. His usual jovial demeanor was gone, replaced by a dawning horror. The guttural murmur intensified, becoming a low chant, a strange, dissonant melody unlike anything I'd ever heard. The figures emerged, 3 of them, tall and gaunt, their faces obscured by crude masks fashioned from dried leaves and twigs. They carried crude weapons, jagged pieces of obsidian glinting in the strange, green light that now emanated from the stones. Lily screamed. Elias grabbed her hand, pulling her behind him. I fumbled for my pepper spray, my heart pounding against my ribs, my lungs unable to draw a full breath. "We need to go," I hissed, pushing them towards our car. The chanting intensified, the figures closing in, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. They were no longer human, their limbs elongated, their heads lolled at unnatural angles. Their shadows stretched across the ground, swallowing the light, their guttural growls weaving a terrifying symphony. We ran blindly through the gathering darkness, the chanting pursuing us. Elias yelled for Lily to keep up, his voice laced with panic. My pepper spray proved a pathetic defense against these things. They moved with an unnatural speed, their spindly fingers outstretched, their shadows clawing at our heels. We reached the car, fumbling with the locks, the chanting growing louder, closer. Elias pushed Lily inside, shoving her towards the floor. I scrambled into the driver's seat, turning the key, the engine roaring to life. But as I slammed the car into reverse, I saw Elias frozen, his eyes fixed on something behind me. He was staring, transfixed at the figures, a strange, almost serene smile spreading across his face. The car lurched backward, leaving Elias standing there, motionless, amidst the chanting figures, their shadows swallowing him whole. Lily sobbed silently beside me, clutching my hand. I pressed the gas pedal, fleeing the rest stop, leaving Elias behind, a willing participant in their grotesque ritual. The chanting faded as we drove away, but the chilling image of Elias' vacant smile, his surrender to those monstrous figures, that terrifying reverence, remains burned into my memory. I don't travel those roads alone anymore. And I still see those white stones, arranged in their disturbing patterns, in my nightmares, a constant reminder of the night the earth demanded its balance, and we offered Elias as payment. The moral, I suppose. Some places, some curiosities, are best left undisturbed. Some roads are not meant to be traveled. And some roadside attractions, well, they come with a price far steeper than any advertised on appealing, faded sign. Story 29. The Owens Valley, usually shimmering under the Californian sun, felt oppressive today. A thick, grayish dust clung to everything, muting the vibrant tapestry of the desert. Elias, my perpetually jovial and slightly unhinged exploration partner, was practically bouncing in his seat. He discovered an online forum dedicated to obscure Californian locations, promising enlightenment tucked between forgotten places. His current obsession, a ghost town called Manzanar Junction, supposedly held a secret, a nexus of natural forces. I, the resident pragmatist of our duo, remained unconvinced, but his infectious excitement was hard to resist. Manzanar Junction wasn't on any map. The directions, gleaned from cryptic forum posts, led us down increasingly desolate backroads, the asphalt warping into cracked earth. Strange cairns, bleached white stones arranged in spiraling patterns, began appearing at irregular intervals. Elias, our self-proclaimed expert in things esoteric, pointed excitedly, declaring them markers of ancient power, conduits to something deeper. My usual cynicism seemed strained under the oppressive atmosphere. The spiraling motif, once interesting, now felt unsettling. The town itself was a collection of bleached clapboard houses, their paint peeled, their windows gaping like empty sockets. A thick, musty smell permeated everything, a fragrant counterpoint to the dry desert air. Elias, camera perpetually attached, documented every chipped paint fleck, every cracked window pane, every rusted relic. He chattered animatedly about the town's history, its forgotten sorrow, the whispers of strange rituals performed under the desert moon. I, however, felt a growing unease, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, the distinct feeling of being watched. Inside one particularly dilapidated structure, a weathered wooden church, we found something peculiar. A large, black stone rested on a crudely constructed altar, its surface shimmering with an unnatural luminescence. Around it, smaller stones were arranged in the familiar spiral pattern. Elias, oblivious to my growing apprehension, stepped forward, camera clicking incessantly, his voice echoing unnaturally through the cavernous space. He began speaking about the stone, the ancient energies it supposedly held, the power it promised. Then the chanting started, a low, guttural murmur weaving through the silence, growing steadily louder. The ground beneath us began to tremble. The air became noticeably colder. My heart hammered against my ribs. The spiraling symbol on the black stone pulsed with a sickly green light. Figures emerged from the shadows. Elongated, almost skeletal forms draped in white cloth, their faces obscured by crude masks fashioned from dried desert flora. Their movements were unsettlingly fluid, their limbs twisting at unnatural angles. They carried crude weapons, polished obsidian implements glinting in the eerie green light emanating from the stone. The chanting intensified, becoming a grotesque symphony, their guttural growls weaving together into a terrifying crescendo. Elias, transfixed by the spectacle, seemed oblivious to the growing danger. He continued to film, his camera capturing every gruesome detail. I, however, was paralyzed by terror. Every nerve ending screamed at me to run, to escape, but a strange paralysis gripped me. I could only watch as the figures closed in, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. One of the figures, larger than the others, its spindly fingers tipped with wickedly sharp obsidian claws, stepped towards Elias. It raised a hand, a skeletal finger pointing directly at him. The chanting stopped. A chilling silence descended. Then the figure spoke. Its voice, a raspy whisper echoing through the decaying church, uttered a single word. A word I recognized from Elias's earlier ramblings, a word that chilled me to the bone. Balance. The figure grabbed Elias, its skeletal fingers tightening around his arm. He screamed, a desperate sound quickly swallowed by the oppressive silence. The figures closed in, their shadows swallowing him whole. The green light intensified, momentarily eclipsing everything. When the light faded, Elias was gone. The figures remained, their silent observation more terrifying than any scream. The spiraling symbol on the black stone pulsed again, its sickly green light now a terrifying reminder of what I had just witnessed. I was alone, trapped in this forgotten ghost town, with these monstrous figures, their guttural symphony starting again, their silent dance resuming around the pulsating stone. Their offering had been received. The earth, it seemed, had demanded its balance. And I, the unwilling witness, was left to face the chilling certainty that I would be next. Story 30. The crisp mountain air, scented with pine and damp earth, whipped playfully around us as we pulled up to the cabin. Big Bear Lake in late autumn, a gamble weather-wise, but the solitude, the promise of cozy nights by the fire, that outweighed any risk of a blizzard. Elias, my eternally exuberant boyfriend, practically bounced out of the car, his camera already clicking. He was documenting our little rustic retreat, destined for his niche YouTube channel dedicated to exploring quirky California landmarks. I, ever the pragmatist, grabbed the bags from the trunk, feigning nonchalance about the peeling paint on the cabin's porch and the unsettlingly vacant stare of the taxidermy deer head mounted above the door. Inside, the cabin was a charming mix of rustic and slightly dilapidated. Dusty furniture draped in crocheted throws, a grandfather clock in the corner ticking with a slow, deliberate rhythm, and a faint, musty smell permeating everything. Elias, ever the theatrical ghost hunter, was already pacing around, his camera capturing every cobweb-laden corner, every flickering lampshade. I found myself smiling, his infectious enthusiasm a welcome reprieve from my usual cynicism. Later, after unpacking and exploring the immediate surroundings, we discovered a hidden door behind a bookshelf in the living room. Elias, eyes wide with excitement, pulled the shelf forward, revealing a narrow passage descending into darkness. He grabbed a flashlight from his backpack, already chattering animatedly about hidden rooms and forgotten treasures. My skepticism, usually a strong shield, cracked slightly under the weight of his infectious curiosity. The air grew noticeably colder as we descended the creaking wooden steps. The passage twisted and turned, the musty smell intensifying, taking on a faintly metallic tang. At the bottom, we found ourselves in a small, windowless room. The air was thick with the scent of something ancient, something organic. Elias' flashlight beam danced across the walls, revealing a horrifying collection of occult artifacts. Animal skulls, bleached white and arranged in disturbing patterns, adorned the shelves. Strange symbols were carved into the wooden floor, forming concentric circles around a large, black stone in the center of the room. Small bundles of dried herbs hung from the ceiling, their pungent aroma mixing with the metallic scent, creating a cloying sweetness that made my stomach churn. Elias, his usual theatrical flair absent, moved closer to the stone, his camera clicking incessantly. He reached out a tentative finger, brushing the smooth, cold surface. As his fingertip made contact, the black stone pulsed with a faint, emerald-green light. The symbols on the floor began to glow, the light intensifying, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the walls. A low, guttural murmur echoed through the room, a dissonant melody unlike anything I had ever heard. My heart pounded against my ribs. Every instinct shrieked at me to run, to escape this place, but a strange paralysis gripped me. I watched, horrified, as Elias, seemingly transfixed, picked up the stone. The green light pulsed again, brighter this time, and the guttural murmur intensified, becoming a rhythmic chant. The temperature in the room plummeted. The air grew thick, almost viscous. From the shadows in the corners of the room, figures began to emerge. Elongated forms draped in dark robes, their faces obscured by crude masks fashioned from animal hides. They moved with an unsettling fluidity, their silent observation more terrifying than any overt threat. Elias, still clutching the stone, began to sway gently, his eyes glazed over. He began to speak, his voice echoing unnaturally through the room, reciting words I didn't understand, words that tasted of ancient rituals and forgotten sorceries. The figures closed in, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. They raised their hands, their spindly fingers tipped with wickedly sharp obsidian claws. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the room vibrating with an unnatural energy. I screamed, a desperate sound quickly swallowed by the growing cacophony. I stumbled backward, my hands searching for the wall, for something to steady myself. My fingers brushed against something cold, something metallic. A small hunting knife, forgotten in Elias' backpack, which I had grabbed on our way down. Logic vanished, replaced by primal terror. I lunged forward, the knife clutched in my hand, a desperate attempt to defend myself, to defend Elias. But the figures were too quick. They swarmed around him, their guttural growls weaving together into a terrifying symphony. The green light intensified, momentarily eclipsing everything. Then silence. When the light faded, Elias was gone. The figures were gone. The only evidence of their presence was the chilling stillness clinging to the air, and the lingering scent of metal and overripe fruit. I stood there, alone in the oppressive darkness, the knife still clutched in my trembling hand, the horrifying truth sinking in. We had stumbled upon something ancient, something powerful, something we were never meant to find. And now, Elias was gone, claimed by the darkness beneath Big Bear Lake, another offering to the entities residing within that hidden room. The earth demanded balance, and it had taken its due. Story 31. The Bodhi trip, Elias's idea, of course. He'd been obsessed with this abandoned mining town for months, posting pictures of bleached clapboard houses, whispering tales of lost fortunes and restless spirits. Sarah, ever the optimist, loved the idea of a spontaneous adventure. Me, I was along for the ride. Elias's infectious excitement momentarily eclipsed my usual reservations about venturing into obscure Californian locations. Besides, I had a morbid fascination with the macabre. Elias, our self-proclaimed expert on things esoteric, promised knowledge and enlightenment tucked away in forgotten places. Bodhi itself was unsettling, not because of any overt ghostly presence, but because of the quiet stillness. The emptiness. It felt like a place holding its breath. Elias, normally a whirlwind of activity, became strangely subdued. He wandered through the bleached buildings, his camera perpetually clicking, documenting every chipped paint fleck, every rusted relic. Sarah, usually bubbling with infectious enthusiasm, stuck close to me, her usual cheerful banter replaced by a nervous silence. Late afternoon, Elias discovered something. A small, almost hidden passage leading down from one of the dilapidated houses. A faint musty smell wafted up, something vaguely metallic. He beckoned us excitedly, his earlier subdued demeanor replaced with almost manic intensity. "This is it," he whispered. "This is where they perform their rituals." I felt a prickle of unease. Sarah exchanged a worried glance with me. "Rituals?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Elias ignored her, already halfway down the passage. We followed reluctantly. The air grew noticeably colder, the musty smell intensifying. The passage opened into a small, dirt-floored chamber. In the center, a large black stone rested on the earth. It pulsed with a faint, sickly green light. Strange symbols, unlike anything I'd ever seen, were carved into its surface. Around the stone, smaller stones were arranged in concentric circles. Some were whitewashed, others almost black. Elias knelt beside the central stone, his camera still clicking. He picked up one of the smaller black stones, turning it over in his hand. "Obsidian," he murmured. "They used it for their offerings." "Offerings?" Sarah repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. I could feel the terror around her. My own heart hammered against my ribs. Elias spoke again, his voice taking on a strange cadence. "The earth demands balance. It craves payment." He placed the obsidian stone back on the ground, his fingers brushing against the pulsating black stone in the center. The green light intensified. Then we heard it. A low, guttural rasping sound, echoing through the chamber. It grew steadily louder, becoming a rhythmic chant. The ground trembled beneath our feet, The green light pulsated faster. From the shadows in the corners of the chamber, figures began to emerge. They were tall, almost skeletal. Their limbs were elongated, their fingers spindly. They wore crude masks fashioned from animal hides. They carried polished obsidian implements that glinted in the eerie green light. They moved with an unsettling fluidity, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The chanting intensified, becoming a terrifying crescendo. Sarah screamed. I grabbed her hand, pulling her towards the passage. We stumbled blindly through the darkness, the guttural chanting pursuing us. We burst out of the passage and into the dying sunlight, the figures emerging behind us. Their shadows stretched across the bleached buildings, grotesque silhouettes against the bruised violet horizon. We ran. We ran through the empty streets of Bodhi, past the vacant houses, the wind whipping through the broken windows. The figures pursued us, their howls echoing through the empty town. We reached the car, fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life. We sped away, leaving Bodhi behind, leaving Elias standing there. Surrounded by the chanting figures, their shadows swallowing him in the growing darkness. We never saw him again. The police never believed our story. They attributed Elias's disappearance to the dangers of solitary exploration in a remote location. But I know what we saw. I know what happened in that chamber beneath the dilapidated house. I can still hear the chanting. I can still see the figures. And I can still feel the chilling reverence, the terrifying certainty that the earth had received its offering, and that Elias had become another ingredient in their grotesque ritual. A ritual that had started subtly, with the collecting of small stones. A ritual fueled by something ancient, something malevolent, something that still resides in the hidden places beneath the earth, waiting for its next offering. A spectral prospector guarding his cursed gold, demanding balance. Forever. Story 32. The California Cryptid Challenge. Sarah, my eternally exuberant younger sister, discovered it. A supposed digital scavenger hunt, scattered across obscure Californian locations, promising enlightenment or something. I, the resident pragmatist, remained unconvinced. But Sarah's infectious enthusiasm, coupled with a genuine desire to escape the concrete jungle, won me over. So, armed with a borrowed camper van, Sarah's yipping chihuahua, Princess, and a meticulously crafted itinerary, we embarked on our spontaneous adventure. The first few days unfolded predictably. We sampled overpriced wines, posed beside oversized dinosaurs, and endured Sarah's endless chatter about vortexes and cosmic energies. The cairns started appearing shortly after we entered Sonoma County. Small, almost unnoticeable piles of whitewashed stones, placed at irregular intervals along the roadside. I dismissed them as the work of bored locals, or perhaps another harmless internet thing. Sarah, however, became increasingly animated. She started collecting small stones, adding them to the existing cairns, her voice taking on a strange cadence as she rambled about balancing natural forces. The cairns became larger as we drove north. More elaborate, almost sculptures. Some topped with jagged pieces of obsidian, others adorned with small bundles of dried desert flora. The air grew colder, a subtle chill clinging to the landscape, despite the midday glare. The usual cheerful banter inside the van ceased. A quiet tension settled between us, Princess whimpering softly from her perch on the dashboard. The shift happened near a place called Manzanar Junction. A dusty crossroads, marked by a single dilapidated gas station and a crudely painted wooden plank, pointing towards a barely discernible footpath, leading upwards into the dense chaparral. Sarah, practically bouncing with excitement, declared this our next stop. I, sensing a growing unease, wanted to press onward. But Sarah, her eyes gleaming with an unnatural intensity, insisted this was precisely where the true adventure began. We followed the overgrown track, the camper van groaning and lurching over the increasingly rocky terrain. The track eventually opened into a small clearing, ringed by towering pines. In the center stood a particularly large cairn, easily 10 feet high, its surface shimmering with an iridescent sheen. Smaller black stones, arranged in concentric circles, surrounded it. The air here was noticeably colder, a faint, musty smell permeating everything. An uncomfortable quiet clung to the clearing, amplified by the whispering pines. And then we heard it. A low, guttural murmur, weaving through the trees. Princess began whining, her small body trembling. Sarah, usually oblivious to my anxieties, seemed genuinely unnerved. She clutched my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the trees. Tall, elongated forms, draped in what looked like animal hides. Their faces were obscured by crude masks, fashioned from bleached animal skulls. They carried polished obsidian implements, which glinted wickedly in the dwindling sunlight. They moved with an unnerving fluidity, their silence more terrifying than any scream. They circled the cairn, their guttural murmur intensifying, becoming a rhythmic chant. A chilling reverence settled over the clearing. The earth itself seemed to tremble beneath their feet. Sarah sobbed silently beside me, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything. But a strange paralysis gripped me, my body frozen in place, my mind screaming in silent terror. The figures stopped their circling dance. One, larger than the others, stepped forward. It raised a spindly finger, pointing directly at Sarah. A chilling smile, almost reptilian, spread across its skull like mask. It spoke, its voice a raspy whisper, echoing through the silent clearing. The earth demands balance. The figures lunged towards Sarah. Princess shrieked, a desperate sound quickly swallowed by the growing cacophony of the chant. Sarah screamed again, a primal sound of pure terror. I finally broke free of my paralysis. I grabbed Sarah's hand, pulling her behind me. I fumbled for the pepper spray I always carried, a pathetic defense against these monstrous beings. The spray stung my eyes, a momentary distraction. But it did nothing to deter the figures. They swarmed around us, their obsidian implements glinting, their guttural growls weaving together into a terrifying symphony. Sarah was dragged away from me, her screams echoing through the trees. I flung myself at the figures, a desperate, futile attempt to save her. They pushed me aside, their unnatural strength shocking. I watched in horror as they dragged Sarah towards the cairn, her body disappearing beneath their shadows. The chanting intensified, reaching a chilling crescendo. The last thing I saw was the large figure raising its obsidian blade, the dying sunlight glinting off its wickedly sharp edge. I ran, blindly, through the trees down the rocky track back to the camper van. I drove, recklessly, through the night, away from that cursed clearing, away from the chilling sounds that still echoed in my ears. I never saw Sarah again. The police never believed my story. They attributed her disappearance to a psychotic break or perhaps a mountain lion. But I know the truth. I know what happened in that clearing, under the shadow of that shimmering cairn. I know that the earth demanded balance, and Sarah became the offering. And now, every time I see a pile of stones, no matter how small, no matter how innocuous, a chilling terror grips me. Because I know, deep down, that something lurks in those hidden valleys, something ancient and malevolent, something that demands balance. And sometimes, that balance requires a human heart. Story 33. Yosemite, majestic, imposing, always felt more like a cathedral than a national park. Sunlight, filtering through giant sequoias, painted the forest floor dappled and surreal. Elias, ever the enthusiastic documentarian, practically skipped ahead, camera perpetually glued to his eye. He chattered about ley lines, vortexes of energy, Yosemite's supposed connection to ancient, forgotten rituals. I, the pragmatic older sister, trailed behind, feigning disinterest, but secretly captivated by the hushed grandeur. This trip, a belated birthday gift for Elias, quickly morphed into his latest obsession, a supposed California cryptid challenge. He'd meticulously mapped obscure locations, promising glimpses of the unexplained. Our first stop, a secluded grove Elias discovered on some cryptic online forum. He claimed local whispers spoke of a Bigfoot sighting, blurry photos circulating within digital echo chambers. I dismissed it, chalked it up to overactive imaginations fueled by internet lore. But as we hiked deeper, a prickling unease settled. The air grew heavy, silent, devoid of the usual forest chatter. Fallen logs, arranged in unsettling patterns, almost like an offering. I pushed the thought away. Elias, oblivious to my growing apprehension, filmed everything. Moss-covered rocks, strangely shaped fungi, every rustle in the undergrowth. Then he saw it. A flicker of movement, something large, dark, blending seamlessly with the shadows. He gasped, zoomed in. The footage, shaky, distorted, showed a hulking silhouette, bipedal, disappearing behind a thicket of trees. "Did you see that?" Elias whispered, his voice hushed with awe and a touch of fear. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had seen it, a glimpse fleeting, enough to ignite a primal fear. Logic battled with the unsettling image burned into my retinas. It couldn't, I told myself, a bear, a trick of the light, anything but that. Elias, fueled by adrenaline, charged after it. I yelled after him, protested, but he was already gone, camera bobbing through the trees. Reluctantly, I followed, fear gnawing at me. We tracked it for what felt like hours. Broken branches, massive footprints unlike any animal I'd ever seen. The forest, once serene, felt menacing, oppressive. The deeper we ventured, the more unsettling the signs became. Cairns, small piles of stone started appearing, marking a path, almost guiding us. Elias, thrilled, believed they were proof, evidence of some ancient intelligence. I felt a chilling certainty. These were not welcoming signs, but warnings. Then the chanting started. Low, guttural, echoing through the trees, seeming to vibrate through the very earth. My blood ran cold. This wasn't some internet hoax. This was something real, ancient, and malevolent. Elias, transfixed, followed the sound. I wanted to run, to scream, but a strange paralysis gripped me. We stumbled into a small clearing, bathed in an unnatural green light. In the center stood a crude altar, constructed from branches and bones. Around it, figures danced, their movements jerky, almost inhuman. They wore crude masks, fashioned from animal skins, their bodies painted with symbols that mirrored the cairns. And at the heart of the circle, the creature. Larger than I remembered, its form almost entirely obscured by the flickering green light, its guttural growls weaving with the chanting. Elias, camera still rolling, stepped closer, drawn by some morbid fascination. Then, one of the figures stopped their dance, turned towards us. Its eyes, visible through the mask, burned with an unnerving intelligence. It raised a hand, its fingers long, spindly, tipped with something that glinted wickedly in the green light. The chanting intensified. The figures closed in. Elias, finally sensing the danger, lowered his camera. He turned to run, but it was too late. They swarmed him, their guttural growls becoming screams of triumph. I screamed, a primal sound born of pure terror, but my voice was swallowed by the forest and the chanting. I saw the glint of obsidian, the flash of bone, then darkness. I ran. Blindly, desperately, the chanting pursuing me. I don't know how long I ran, or how I escaped. I stumbled out of the forest onto a deserted road, my lungs burning, my mind shattered. They never found Elias. Or his camera. The police dismissed it as a tragic hiking accident, another case of a tourist venturing too far. But I know the truth. I saw it. I heard it. And the memory, the chilling image of those figures, their chanting, the glint of obsidian in the unnatural green light, remains burned into my mind, a constant, terrifying reminder of the things that lurk in the hidden places, the things that demand balance, the things that wait in Yosemite. Story 34. The sequoias, they whispered. Giant ears, privy to secrets older than time. Elias, of course, was ecstatic. His latest YouTube series, California Cryptids, Fact or Folklore, required increasingly obscure locations, increasingly dubious legends. This week, it was the dogman of Sequoia National Park. A local myth, barely a paragraph in a tattered pamphlet he'd found tucked away in a dusty antique store. I, however, remained unconvinced. I agreed to this trip, this spontaneous sisterly getaway, because I craved the quiet majesty of the mountains. Not grainy photographs of supposed canine humanoids lurking amongst the trees. Elias, perpetually exuberant, practically vibrated with excitement. His trusty camera, perpetually attached, documented every pothole, every scenic vista, every forced smile I offered. We arrived late, the park already cloaked in twilight's embrace. The campsite thankfully empty. After setting up our tent, a dissonant quiet settled. Different from the peaceful solitude I envisioned. This quiet, it hummed. A low, almost imperceptible vibration that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. Elias, oblivious, chattered about the local legend. A creature, part man, part canine, that roamed these woods. Its howls, a terrifying counterpoint to the usual forest symphony. Imagine, he said, eyes gleaming, capturing actual proof. This would be the 10th episode, the best one yet. I forced a smile. Maybe, I replied, my voice sounding strangely thin against the growing darkness. The first howl split the silence shortly after midnight. High-pitched, almost mournful. Unlike any canine I'd ever heard. Elias practically levitated, camera whirring. Did you hear that? He hissed, his usual theatrical ghost hunter persona momentarily forgotten. I nodded, pulling the sleeping bag tighter around me. The howl echoed again, closer this time. A guttural quality woven within the mournful cry. This wasn't a wolf. This was something else. The second night brought more howls. Closer still. Elias, fueled by caffeine and the thrill of the hunt, became increasingly agitated. He spent hours staring into the surrounding woods, his camera capturing every rustle, every shadow. My unease, a prickling sensation beneath my skin, intensified. The trees, they seemed to watch us. Their silent observation more terrifying than any overt threat. The third night, the shift happened. The howls, they changed. They became a chorus, a grotesque symphony echoing through the ancient trees. Elias, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by something almost manic, began collecting small white stones, arranging them in peculiar patterns around our campsite. When I questioned him, he simply smiled, a chillingly vacant stare burning in his eyes. "Balance," he whispered. "The earth demands balance." Then the figures appeared. Elongated forms draped in animal skins, their faces obscured by crude masks. They carried polished obsidian implements, which glinted wickedly in the firelight. They moved with an unsettling fluidity, their silent dance circling our campsite. Terror, primal and pure, gripped me. I pressed myself against the thick trunk of a sequoia, my breath catching in my throat. Elias, seemingly transfixed, continued placing his white stones. The figures, they stopped their circling dance. One, taller than the rest, stepped forward, its skeletal finger pointing directly at Elias. Elias smiled, a serene smile spreading across his face. He stood, his eyes never leaving the figure. He began speaking, his voice echoing unnaturally through the trees. Words, not English, but something older. Something I understood on a level deeper than language. He was offering us an offering to appease these ancient entities. He picked up a large black stone, its surface disturbingly smooth. He placed it in the center of his spiraling pattern of white stones. The figures, they nodded. Their guttural symphony softened into a low murmur. Then Elias turned towards me, his eyes no longer vacant, but filled with a terrifying knowingness. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "It's your turn," he whispered, his voice laced with chilling reverence. The earth demands balance. The figures closed in, their obsidian implements glinting. Their howls, a terrifying crescendo, filled the night. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was the chilling smile on Elias's face. The smile of someone who finally understood. Understood that some places, some secrets, are best left undisturbed. The earth, it remembers, and it demands balance. Story 35. The Owens Valley stretched before me, vast and silent under the late afternoon sun. Manzanar, a place etched in history, lay miles behind, its sorrowful whispers still clinging to the edges of my mind. This road trip, a spontaneous detour from my meticulously planned itinerary, had already veered into the realm of the unsettling. But this was different. I first saw it against the backdrop of the Inyo Mountains, a fleeting shadow against the sun. Initially, I dismissed it as a hawk, unusually large perhaps, but still a bird of prey. Then it dipped, and the true scale of the thing became horrifyingly apparent. It wasn't a bird. It was something far larger, something with leathery wings that spanned an impossible distance, something that moved with a disturbing grace no earthly creature possessed. My foot instinctively pressed the accelerator. The car surged forward, the asphalt blurring beneath my tires. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The creature, now clearly silhouetted against the darkening sky, was descending. It moved with an unnatural speed, closing the distance between us with alarming rapidity. Fear, raw and primal, gripped me. My hands tightened around the steering wheel, my knuckles bone white. The creature's shadow fell over the car, plunging the interior into a sudden, premature twilight. I braced myself for impact, the image of those massive wings colliding with the windshield filling my mind. But the impact never came. Instead, a deafening shriek, a sound that vibrated through the very chassis of the car, pierced the air. I risked another glance in the mirror. The creature had pulled up just short of the car, hovering just above the road. It hung there, suspended in midair, its silhouette almost obscuring the last rays of the setting sun. The details, even at that terrifying proximity, remained frustratingly indistinct. Its form was almost avian, but far too large, too angular. There was something faintly reptilian about its posture, a chilling stillness that spoke of immense power, of predatory patience. The shriek came again, closer this time, a guttural rasping sound that seemed to claw at the edges of sanity. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I pressed my foot down harder, the car responding with a burst of speed. The highway stretched ahead, endless and seemingly empty, offering the false promise of escape. But I knew with a chilling certainty that there was no escape. This creature, this thing, was not bound by the limitations of our world. It moved with a disconcerting fluidity, its presence a palpable weight in the air around me. It was something ancient, something that existed just beyond the veil of our perceived reality, something that had been glimpsed only in fleeting moments of terror by those who had ventured too far into these forgotten landscapes. I drove for what felt like hours, the desert whipping past in a blur of scrub brush and rock formations. The creature remained behind me, a constant, looming presence in my rearview mirror. Occasionally, it would shriek again, the sound echoing across the desolate valley, a chilling reminder of its relentless pursuit. As darkness descended, the creature seemed to grow bolder. It began to dip lower, its shadow stretching across the road ahead, almost as if it were playing a macabre game of cat and mouse. My grip on the steering wheel became tighter, my knuckles hurting. I was running on pure adrenaline, my mind screaming for a reprieve that would never come. Then in the distance I saw it. A single, flickering light against the inky blackness of the desert night. A town, perhaps a gas station, a sign of civilization. Hope, a fragile flicker in the face of overwhelming dread, surged through me. I pushed the car harder, the engine straining under the relentless pressure. The creature shrieked again, louder this time, the sound almost deafening. It swooped down, closer than ever before, its massive wings casting a terrifying shadow over the car. I braced myself for the inevitable. But then, just as the creature seemed poised to strike, the light in the distance grew larger, brighter. A sign materialized, its words illuminated in the harsh glare of approaching headlights. Manzanar Junction, the same place I'd passed hours earlier. The creature shrieked one final time, a chilling, almost triumphant sound. Then, as the car crossed some invisible boundary, it vanished. I pulled over, my body shaking uncontrollably. The silence of the desert night, now unbroken by the creature's terrifying shrieks, seemed almost deafening. I looked back down the road, but there was nothing there. Just the empty highway stretching back into the darkness. I knew with a chilling certainty that I hadn't escaped. I had simply been toyed with, herded back to where I had started. The creature, whatever it was, remained out there in the shadows of the Inyo Mountains, a terrifying guardian of this desolate valley. And I was trapped, forever caught in its nightmarish game. Story 36. The biting Tahoe wind whipped around us, a familiar icy caress on this late September afternoon. Elias, perpetually exuberant, practically bounced on the dock, his camera perpetually attached, documenting every ripple, every cloud, every glint of sunlight on the impossibly blue water. "Think we'll catch Nessie's American cousin," he chirped, gesturing towards the two burly fishermen wrestling with something large, something struggling fiercely against their line. I, the pragmatic older sister, replied dryly, more likely a trout with an attitude problem. But the trout theory quickly evaporated as the fishermen hauled their catch closer. It wasn't a fish. Not entirely. It resembled a grotesquely oversized tadpole, its skin a sickly grayish green, its mouth a gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. Its eyes, small and black, held a chilling intelligence that made my stomach churn. And clutched in one of its webbed, almost humanoid hands, was a small, tarnished silver bell. The creature thrashed, a guttural rasping sound escaping its throat. The bell jingled discordantly, a single high-pitched note cutting through the stunned silence that had fallen over the small crowd gathered on the dock. The fishermen, their initial triumph replaced with bewildered horror, fumbled with their knives, severing the line. The creature, now free, plunged back into the depths, the bell's unsettling chime fading into the churning water. Elias, ever the documentarian, captured the entire scene, his camera whirring. That, he proclaimed, his voice laced with a strange awe, was not in the brochure. The incident, quickly dismissed by the locals as an unusually large lake sturgeon, faded from the minds of most. Not from Elias. He became obsessed. He spent hours online, scouring obscure forums, whispering about ancient legends, and the chilling words, "The earth demands balance." He started collecting small, smooth, gray stones, placing them in precise patterns, mimicking formations he'd found in blurry photos circulating within these digital communities. He'd found references to the silver bell, a ritualistic tool, a key to unlocking ancient doors. He chattered animatedly about hidden valleys, forgotten rituals, and beings that resided in the depths, guarding the balance between worlds. I, initially amused by his latest obsession, became increasingly concerned. Our annual California road trip, usually a joyous affair filled with wine tasting and scenic vistas, became a pilgrimage to these supposed power points. Elias, guided by cryptic clues gleaned from online forums, dragged me from one desolate location to another. The further we ventured, the more unsettling the landscape became, the air growing heavy, the silence deepening, punctuated only by the occasional distant howl that seemed to echo from the very earth itself. The cairns, small piles of gray stones identical to the ones Elias collected, began appearing with unnerving frequency. First, just a few scattered randomly along the roadside. Then larger, more elaborate formations, spiraling outwards, marking obscure turnoffs, leading us deeper and deeper into the wilderness. It was on the third night, nestled deep within the Inyo National Forest, that things took a truly terrifying turn. Elias, practically vibrating with excitement, had discovered a particularly large cairn nestled beneath a towering ponderosa pine. The air around it shimmered with an unnatural, emerald-green light. In the center, nestled amongst the gray stones, sat a tarnished silver bell, identical to the one clutched by the Tahoe creature. As Elias reached for the bell, a chilling chant began, low and guttural, seemingly emanating from the very trees themselves. Figures emerged from the surrounding darkness, their forms elongated and distorted, their faces obscured by crude masks fashioned from animal hides. They carried polished obsidian implements that glinted wickedly in the flickering green light. Their chant intensified, becoming a grotesque symphony, weaving together with the jingling of the silver bell as Elias, transfixed, rang it with a chilling reverence. Terror gripped me. My voice caught in my throat. I could only watch as the figures closed in on Elias, their chant rising to a fever pitch. They raised their obsidian implements, and the green light intensified, illuminating their grotesque ritual, a ritual fueled by an ancient power, a power awakened by the chime of the silver bell. I screamed, a desperate sound quickly swallowed by the growing cacophony. I ran, blindly through the trees, the chilling chant pursuing me, the grotesque images seared into my memory. I didn't look back. I didn't see what they did to Elias. I stumbled out of the forest hours later, my clothes torn, my body scratched, my mind fractured. I flagged down a passing truck, babbling incoherently about monsters and rituals. The driver, a kindly old woman, gave me water and a blanket, her eyes filled with a mixture of pity and fear. She drove me to the nearest town where I contacted the authorities. They never found Elias, or the figures, or the cairns. The police dismissed my story as a psychotic break, a result of dehydration and exhaustion. They never believed me. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know the chilling truth. The earth demands balance. And sometimes, the balance requires an offering. And somewhere deep within the Inyo National Forest, a tarnished silver bell still jingles discordantly, a constant reminder of the terrifying secret hidden within those ancient woods. The earth remembers, and so do I. Story 37. The obsidian blade, cool against my cheek, pulsed with a sickly green luminescence. My own ragged breathing, echoing in the confined space, became a terrifying counterpoint to the guttural chanting, rising from the chamber below. They were close. I could feel the ground tremble beneath their rhythmic dance. My fingers, still clutching the small, smooth stone I'd found earlier, tightened. This was it. This was the end. How had a spontaneous trip to Lava Bed's National Monument, meant to celebrate Sarah's graduation, descended into this horrifying nightmare? Elias, Sarah's eternally optimistic boyfriend, had become obsessed with a niche internet forum dedicated to Californian cryptids. He'd spent weeks meticulously curating an itinerary packed with obscure locations, promising glimpses into the unknown, whispering about hidden valleys and ancient power. Sarah, ever the supportive younger sister, had indulged him, dragging me along as the resident skeptic. Our journey started innocently enough, a scenic drive through Northern California. Elias, perpetually jovial, chattered animatedly about energy vortexes and ley lines, his camera perpetually attached, documenting every quirky roadside attraction. I feigned disinterest, secretly captivated by his infectious enthusiasm. Sarah, usually bubbling with her own brand of infectious excitement, seemed strangely subdued, her usual cheerful banter replaced by a pensive silence. The first sign that something was amiss appeared shortly after we entered the park. Strange cairns, constructed from bleached white stones, began appearing at irregular intervals along the roadside. Elias, of course, attributed their presence to ancient Native American ceremonies. I, however, noticed a disturbing pattern beneath their seemingly random placement. They seemed to be guiding us, leading us deeper into the park's rugged interior. The second day brought a distinct chill to the air, despite the bright September sunshine. As we hiked through the lava flows exploring the park's namesake caves, a faint, musty smell permeated the air. The usual sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, seemed strangely muted. An oppressive stillness clung to the landscape, a heavy silence broken only by the distant echo of Elias's excited pronouncements. It was in one of the smaller, less explored caves that we found the entrance to the hidden system. A narrow crevice, almost hidden behind a massive boulder, opened into a descending passage. Elias, practically vibrating with excitement, declared this the hidden valley where these beings resided. He practically skipped ahead, eager to unlock its secrets. Sarah, her usual easygoing nature replaced by a growing apprehension, exchanged a worried glance with me. I, sensing the growing danger, felt a prickling unease settle deep within my gut. The passage descended into a darkness so complete, so absolute, it seemed to absorb all light and sound. Elias's flashlight beam, cutting through the oppressive gloom, illuminated strange carvings on the walls, a recurring spiral motif that seemed disturbingly familiar. The musty smell intensified, taking on a faintly metallic tang. The silence deepened, broken only by the occasional scrape of our boots against the slick rock. We emerged into a vast cavern, the ceiling lost in the darkness above. A sickly green light, emanating from the floor below, cast grotesque shadows against the walls. In the center of the cavern, a large black stone pulsed with an unnatural luminescence. Around the stone, three elongated figures draped in animal skins performed a silent dance, their movements unsettlingly fluid. Their heads turned towards us, their faces obscured by crude masks fashioned from bone and dried flora. They stopped their dance, their vacant stares burning with a chilling intelligence. Then, a low, guttural chant began, rising in intensity, the ground vibrating beneath their rhythmic stomping. Elias, transfixed by the spectacle, began speaking, his voice echoing unnaturally through the cavern, his words becoming increasingly disjointed, a strange cadence woven within his usual jovial banter. He was reciting the words inscribed on the walls, the words he'd read aloud from that dusty anthropology textbook he'd found in an antique store weeks before. He was performing their ritual. Sarah screamed. The figures lunged towards us, their spindly fingers outstretched, their obsidian implements glinting wickedly in the eerie light. I grabbed Sarah's hand, pulling her towards the passage, our panicked stumbling echoing through the cavern. The figures pursued us, their guttural growls weaving together into a terrifying symphony. We didn't make it. Elias, caught in their grasp, became their latest offering, his screams echoing through the darkness, his final thought likely one of profound enlightenment. Sarah, dragged towards the pulsating stone, sobbed silently, her youthful invincibility shattered against the unforgiving reality of this ancient horror. And me. I found a small crevice, a hidden space just off the main passage. I pressed myself against the cold stone, the obsidian blade, a pathetic defense against these monstrous beings, clutched in my trembling hand. I can hear them now, their chanting intensifying, their footsteps approaching. The ground trembles. The green light pulses. They are coming. And I, trapped in this suffocating darkness, can only wait for the inevitable. The earth, as Elias so enthusiastically proclaimed, demands balance. And tonight it will receive its due. Story 38. The earth split, a jagged maw opening beneath my feet. Crimson light pulsed from the fissure, illuminating the grotesque tableau around me. Sarah, eyes wide with terror, was dragged towards the chasm by spindly, almost skeletal fingers. Her screams were swallowed by the guttural chanting that filled the air, a symphony of something ancient and profoundly wrong. The spiral symbol, painted crudely on the central stone, pulsed with a sickening green light. This was it. The end of our spontaneous adventure. The end of everything. Just hours earlier, we had been filled with a naive optimism, excitedly discussing our meticulously curated itinerary. Our grand California adventure, a sisterly getaway fueled by obscure online forums promising enlightenment tucked between quirky roadside attractions. Elias, my perpetually exuberant boyfriend, tagged along, his camera perpetually attached, documenting every pothole and quirky landmark. We had sampled overpriced wines at charming wineries nestled amidst the rolling Sonoma County hills, and posed beside oversized dinosaurs at a roadside oddity Elias insisted on visiting. The day had been filled with laughter and sunshine, a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. The shift happened subtly, almost unnoticeably. Small piles of white stone started appearing along the roadside, arranged in unsettling patterns. Elias, our resident expert in all things esoteric, chattered animatedly about ancient Native American ceremonies, attributing their presence to forgotten rituals. I dismissed it as his usual theatrics, feigning disinterest while secretly captivated by the growing unease. As we drove deeper into the desolate stretches of the Mojave, the cairns became larger, more elaborate. The landscape shifted, becoming increasingly menacing. Twisted Joshua trees clawed at the bruised violet horizon, their shadows stretching across the cracked earth like skeletal fingers. The air grew noticeably colder, a chilling stillness clinging to the desert night. At a dusty crossroads marked by a crudely painted wooden plank pointing towards Manzanar Junction, Elias became strangely animated. He spoke of a hidden valley where ancient beings resided, promising untold riches and spiritual awakenings. Sarah, usually the pragmatic older sister, seemed strangely drawn to his words, her usual cynicism replaced by a disturbingly vacant stare. We followed a barely discernible footpath leading away from the road, the ground trembling beneath our feet. The air grew thick with a metallic scent, and the chanting started, a low guttural murmur weaving through the whispering pines. We emerged into a clearing, bathed in an eerie green light emanating from a large black stone at its center. 3 elongated figures, draped in animal skins, danced around the stone, their movements unsettlingly fluid. Their faces were obscured by crude masks, but their vacant stares burned with a chilling intensity. Elias, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by an almost manic intensity, stepped forward, rambling about balancing natural forces and appeasing ancient entities. He placed a small, polished obsidian stone on the central rock, a pathetic offering against the growing terror. Then the earth split. The figures stopped their dance, their heads turning towards us, their gazes unwavering. Their chanting intensified, becoming a terrifying crescendo. And then they lunged. Elias, his camera still clutched in his hand, was dragged towards the chasm. His screams were quickly swallowed by the earth, leaving me standing there, paralyzed with terror, watching as Sarah met the same fate. The ground sealed shut, the crimson light fading, leaving only the sickeningly sweet metallic scent and the chilling silence of the desert night. The spiral symbol, painted crudely on the central stone, pulsed one last time, a final, terrifying reminder of the ancient horror we had awakened. I stumbled back towards the road, my mind fractured, the horrifying truth sinking in. I would never travel those roads alone again. The earth remembers, and it demands balance. Story 39. My sister, Willow, hummed a discordant melody, her fingers drumming a complex rhythm against the dashboard. Willow wasn't your typical perpetually cheerful road trip companion. She saw patterns everywhere. In license plates, in the arrangement of pebbles on the roadside, in the flight patterns of birds. She'd meticulously documented these patterns in countless notebooks, convinced she was unlocking some hidden universal code. Frankly, it was more than a little unsettling. This trip, a belated birthday gift for her, was supposed to be about wine tasting in Sonoma, not deciphering the secrets of the cosmos. Willow's current fixation was a spiral symbol she'd found scrawled in the margin of a dusty, second-hand book about Californian folklore. Emerald green, she described it, pulsating with an unnatural energy. According to Willow, this symbol marked locations of power, places where the veil between worlds was thin. Our first stop, a dusty antique store outside Petaluma, yielded nothing but chipped porcelain dolls and the lingering scent of mothballs. Willow, undeterred, simply claimed we hadn't found the right resonance yet. The second stop, a crumbling wooden church nestled amongst rolling vineyards, was more promising, or at least more unsettling. As Willow paced the perimeter, camera perpetually clicking, I noticed small, white stones arranged in concentric circles around the base of a particularly gnarled oak tree. They looked almost placed, not naturally occurring. Willow, predictably, became ecstatic. She saw it. The resonance, the connection, the spiral symbol, barely discernible, etched into the bark of the oak. We continued north, Willow's chatter becoming increasingly esoteric. She spoke of ley lines, energy vortexes, and ancient entities residing within the Californian landscape. I attributed it to too much caffeine and the intoxicating allure of her latest obsession. I should have paid more attention. Our third stop, a nameless crossroads marked only by a weather-beaten signpost, was where things took a decidedly disturbing turn. The air grew still, the usual afternoon buzz of insects silenced. The white stones reappeared, larger this time, forming a distinct path leading into a dense thicket of cypress trees. Willow, practically vibrating with excitement, grabbed her camera and practically skipped ahead. I hesitated, a prickle of unease settling in my stomach. But she was my sister, and despite her eccentricities, I trusted her. I followed. The path wound deeper into the woods, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy above. The air grew noticeably colder, a damp, metallic scent clinging to the back of my throat. The white stones became larger still, almost boulders now, their surfaces unsettlingly smooth. And then I saw them. 3 figures. Tall, impossibly thin, draped in what looked like animal skins. Their faces were obscured by crude masks, but I could sense their gaze. Fixed. Intense. Willow, seemingly oblivious to the growing menace, continued snapping pictures, her camera clicking incessantly. She was too close. I called out to her, my voice trembling. She didn't respond. The figures began to move, their movements unsettlingly fluid, almost inhuman. They formed a circle around Willow, their chanting starting softly, a low, guttural murmur that vibrated through the ground. The white stones began to glow, a sickly green luminescence emanating from their smooth surfaces. Terror gripped me. This wasn't some harmless internet thing. This was real. This was dangerous. I yelled at Willow again, this time a desperate shriek. She finally turned, her eyes wide, a flicker of fear finally registering in their depths. But it was too late. The figures closed in, their chanting intensifying, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. They raised their hands, revealing long, spindly fingers tipped with what looked like polished obsidian claws. Willow screamed, a high, piercing shriek quickly swallowed by the growing cacophony. I turned and ran, the terrifying image of Willow surrounded by those monstrous figures seared into my mind. I ran blindly through the darkening woods, the chanting pursuing me, the ground trembling beneath their rhythmic stomping. I didn't stop running until I reached the highway, the familiar asphalt a welcome reprieve from the terror of the woods. I never saw Willow again. The police dismissed it as a tragic hiking accident, attributing her disappearance to mountain lions or a fall. They never believed my story about the figures, the chanting, the glowing stones. They never found her camera, the one that captured every gruesome detail of her final moments. But I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere in those woods, in a hidden valley marked by a pulsating emerald green spiral, something ancient, something malevolent still resides. And it demands balance. Story 40. Elias, always the impulsive one, swore he'd found a genuine dark web ritual. A way, he claimed, to finally capture definitive proof of Bigfoot. I, Willow, the pragmatic older sister, remained unconvinced. But his infectious excitement, coupled with the allure of a spontaneous Mendocino adventure, eventually won me over. The ritual itself, gleaned from a cryptic forum post, involved specific locations within the forest, strange chanting and offerings of polished hematite. Ridiculous, I thought, yet I found myself carefully polishing the stones we'd gathered from a dusty rock shop outside Ukiah. The designated location, a secluded grove deep within the forest, felt oppressively quiet. The usual symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves was absent, replaced by a heavy, expectant stillness. Elias, clad in his usual theatrical ghost hunting garb, paced around the designated circle of stones, camera perpetually glued to his hand. He chattered nervously about local legends and the supposed energy vortexes converging at this precise point. I, armed with nothing but a hefty dose of skepticism and a can of bear spray, watched him with a mixture of amusement and apprehension. He began chanting, the words sounding strangely archaic, almost guttural. The woods remained silent, save for his voice, which echoed unnaturally through the trees. The silence, however, was deceptive. The air grew thick, almost viscous, and the light filtering through the dense canopy seemed to dim, casting long, distorted shadows. Then, the ground began to tremble. Not the gentle tremor of an earthquake, but a rhythmic pulsing, like a massive heart beating beneath the earth. The hematite stones we'd so carefully placed began to vibrate, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible hum. Elias, oblivious to the growing unease, continued chanting, his voice rising in a chilling crescendo. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Not the hulking, hairy creature of Bigfoot legend, but something far more unsettling. Elongated, almost skeletal forms draped in tattered dark cloth. Their faces were obscured by crude, bone-like masks. They moved with an unnerving grace, their limbs twisting at unnatural angles. Their silence was more terrifying than any roar could have been. Elias, his initial triumph replaced by dawning horror, stopped chanting. His camera, still rolling, captured every gruesome detail. The figures closed in, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. They formed a circle around us, their silent dance a grotesque parody of Elias's earlier ritual. The air grew colder, a chilling wind whipping through the trees, and a sickeningly sweet, metallic scent permeated the air. Terror gripped me, a primal fear I'd never experienced before. The figures raised their hands, revealing long, spindly fingers tipped with what looked like polished obsidian claws. The ground trembled harder now, the rhythmic pulsing intensifying. A low, guttural chant began, not from Elias this time but from the figures. Their voices, a dissonant chorus of rasping whispers, echoed through the trees, weaving a spell of dread. I fumbled for the bear spray, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The closest figure lunged towards Elias, its obsidian claws flashing. I screamed, spraying wildly, but the spray seemed to dissipate in the unnatural air, offering no protection. The figure grabbed Elias, its claws sinking into his flesh with a sickening crunch. He screamed, a desperate sound quickly swallowed by the chanting. The other figures closed in on me, their shadows stretching across the ground, swallowing me in darkness. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root, falling to the forest floor. They surrounded me, their chanting intensifying, their shadows merging into a single, oppressive darkness. One of the figures raised its hand, a long, skeletal finger pointing directly at me. A terrifying smile spread across its bone mask, and in that moment, something shifted. The fear vanished, replaced by a chilling acceptance, a horrifying understanding. This wasn't about Bigfoot. This was something older, something far more sinister. This was a sacrifice, an offering to ancient entities residing within these woods, and we were the latest ingredients. The figures lunged, their obsidian claws flashing in the fading light, their guttural symphony reaching a terrifying crescendo. Then darkness. I remember the chilling coldness of the obsidian against my skin, the sickeningly sweet metallic scent intensifying, the guttural chanting growing louder, the earth trembling beneath us. I remember seeing Elias, his eyes wide with terror, his screams echoing through the trees. Then nothing. They never found us. The police attributed our disappearance to a tragic hiking accident, dismissing the frantic ramblings of a few other hikers who claimed to have heard strange chanting and seen unusual figures in the woods. The camera, miraculously recovered, showed only the initial ritual, the chanting, the trembling earth, and then static. The final frames, the ones showing the figures, the claws, the terror, were corrupted, a digital glitch. Or perhaps something more. The earth remembers, the trees remember, and somewhere, deep within those ancient woods, the chanting continues, a chilling reminder of the balance demanded and the price paid. Story 41. The air around Lake Arrowhead felt heavy, burdened. A strange stillness clung to the pines, their usual murmur absent. This spontaneous camping trip with Willow, my perpetually optimistic younger sister, had started normally enough. We'd sampled local wines, admired the charming cabins, and even posed beside a particularly large fiberglass squirrel holding a welcome sign. But the shift, subtle at first, became undeniable as twilight descended. Willow, usually chattering animatedly about local legends, became unusually quiet. She kept glancing nervously at the woods, her usual infectious enthusiasm replaced by a prickling unease. I, the resident skeptic, initially dismissed her growing apprehension. I attributed it to the isolation, the encroaching darkness, the usual suspects. But then I saw them. Small white stones, arranged in precise, spiraling patterns. Not the kind of thing a casual hiker would create. These felt deliberate, placed with unsettling intention. I saw them first at the edge of our campsite, almost hidden beneath a fallen pine needle. Then, as we walked towards the lake, more appeared. Larger now, gleaming faintly in the fading light. Their surfaces felt oddly smooth, almost polished. "Willow," I began, my voice laced with a newfound tension. "Do you see these?" She nodded silently, her eyes wide. The vibrant tapestry of the setting sun, usually a source of Willow's endless photographic endeavors, now seemed to cast grotesque shadows, distorting the familiar landscape into something menacing. We returned to our campsite, the silence broken only by the crackling of our hastily built fire. Willow huddled close, clutching a hefty branch she'd found earlier, her usual cheerful pronouncements absent. I scanned the surrounding woods, my hand instinctively reaching for the small Swiss Army knife I always carried. As darkness fully enveloped us, the quiet became oppressive. The usual nocturnal symphony of crickets and frogs was strangely muted. Then we heard it. A low, guttural murmur, weaving through the trees. It sounded almost human, but distorted, primal. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence. The murmuring intensified, growing steadily louder. It became a chant, rhythmic and dissonant, unlike anything I'd ever heard. Then movement. Shadows shifted within the trees, solidifying into grotesque shapes. Elongated limbs, twisted torsos. They carried crude weapons, polished obsidian implements that glinted wickedly in the firelight. Willow whimpered beside me, her face pale in the flickering flames. I gripped my knife tighter, every muscle tense, every nerve ending screaming. The figures emerged from the trees, their faces obscured by crude masks fashioned from animal skins. Their chant reached a chilling crescendo, the ground trembling beneath their rhythmic stomping. They circled our campsite, their silent dance a terrifying counterpoint to the guttural symphony echoing through the woods. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that these weren't simply escaped mental patients. Something darker, something older, fueled their movements, their ritual. The stories Willow loved, the local whispers of strange ceremonies performed under the watchful gaze of the San Bernardino Mountains, suddenly felt terrifyingly real. One of the figures, larger than the others, stepped forward. It raised a hand, its spindly fingers tipped with what looked like polished obsidian claws, and gestured towards Willow. A silent command. An offering. Adrenaline surged through me. I knew we had to run. Now, Willow, I hissed, pulling her to her feet. Run. We scrambled into the woods, the figures' howls pursuing us, their shadows stretching across the forest floor like grasping hands. Branches whipped at our faces, thorns tore at our clothes. The chant echoed behind us, a terrifying reminder of our pursuers. We stumbled blindly through the darkness, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding. We ran until we reached the lake, the cold water a welcome shock against our heated skin. We plunged in, swimming desperately towards the opposite shore, the figures' howls echoing across the water. The chilling chant pursued us, relentless, inescapable. We finally reached the other side, collapsing onto the muddy bank, gasping for breath. The chanting faded, the howls growing distant. We huddled together, shivering in the cold, the terrifying images of our pursuers seared into our minds. We stayed hidden until dawn, the silence broken only by the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, we cautiously made our way back to our campsite. It was deserted. The fire had died down, leaving only a smoldering pile of ash. The only evidence of the night's horrors were the small, white stones, still arranged in their precise, spiraling patterns, gleaming innocently in the morning light. But something else remained. A single, polished obsidian claw, lying discarded near the remnants of our fire. A chilling reminder that what we had witnessed wasn't a nightmare, but a terrifying reality. And a chilling certainty that the escapees from Patton, driven mad by something ancient and malevolent, were still out there, their grotesque ritual continuing beneath the silent watch of the mountains. They were waiting for their next offering. Story 42. The sun beat down, baking the cracked asphalt as I, Willow Hastings, amateur historian and proprietor of the modestly successful YouTube channel, Willow's Way Back When, navigated the forgotten stretches of Route 66. My latest series, Motel Memories, focused on documenting the decaying beauty of these roadside relics. My perpetually enthusiastic younger sister, Sarah, accompanied me, camera perpetually attached, documenting every chipped paint fleck and faded postcard. This trip, however, had a different, quieter passenger. Elias Thorne, Sarah's eternally exuberant boyfriend, tagged along. Elias, a self-proclaimed expert on all things esoteric, chattered about ley lines and energy vortexes, his infectious enthusiasm momentarily eclipsing my growing unease. It started subtly. Small, white stones, almost perfectly spherical, appeared along the roadside, increasing in size and frequency as we drove deeper into the Mojave. Elias, initially amused, began collecting them, rambling about ancient geomantic practices. His usual jovial banter ceased. His smile became strained, almost predatory. The first motel, the desert sands outside Barstow, felt wrong. The air hung heavy still. The usual desert symphony of crickets and cicadas was absent. Inside the deserted office, a dusty grandfather clock ticked, a dissonant melody in the suffocating silence. On the wall, I noticed a crude painting, a vibrant green spiral against a stark black background. I dismissed it as local artwork, but the image lingered, unsettlingly familiar. The next stop, the Starlight Motel near Needles, intensified the unease. More white stones, now larger than baseballs, formed concentric circles around the decaying pool. The spiral motif reappeared, carved into the peeling pane of a door. Elias's enthusiasm escalated. He became almost manic, excitedly discussing how these symbols marked locations of power, gateways to other realms. At the dilapidated Crossroads Motel outside Amboy, the shift happened. Night had fallen. The desert stretched before us, an empty expanse under a million unfamiliar stars. Elias, now almost skeletal in the flickering moonlight, led us to a clearing behind the motel. More white stones, some almost boulders, were arranged in a disturbingly precise spiral pattern. Elias began chanting, his voice echoing unnaturally through the night. Sarah, usually perpetually optimistic, became quiet. Her usual cheerful pronouncements absent, she shivered beside me. Her smile strained. She exchanged uneasy glances with me. I, the resident skeptic, felt a prickling fear, a chilling certainty these weren't the harmless ramblings of an internet weirdo. This was something older, something darker. The chanting intensified. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, their forms elongated, almost inhuman, their movements unsettlingly fluid. They carried polished obsidian implements which glinted wickedly in the moonlight. They wore crude masks fashioned from animal skins, their faces obscured. They joined Elias in his chant, their guttural growls weaving a terrifying symphony. My breath caught. Terror gripped me, a primal instinct warning me to flee. I grabbed Sarah's hand, pulling her towards the car. But Elias stepped forward, blocking our path. His earlier gentle demeanor replaced by a chilling smile. He spoke, his voice laced with a guttural quality I'd never heard before. He spoke of balance, of offerings, of ancient entities residing within these forgotten places. He gestured towards us, his spindly finger pointing accusingly. He called us the final ingredient. Panic erupted. Sarah screamed. I sprayed pepper spray, a pathetic defense against these monstrous beings. But the spray seemed to dissipate in the air, offering no protection. The figures lunged. Sarah's screams echoed through the night, quickly swallowed by the desert silence. I fought, clawing, kicking, but their unnatural strength was shocking. Their hands, cold and smooth, tightened around me, their grasp inescapable. I remember seeing Elias, his smile widening, his vacant stare burning as they dragged me towards the center of the spiral. I remember the chilling chant intensifying, the ground trembling beneath their rhythmic stomping. I remember the terrifying realization that my naive optimism, my obsession with documenting the past, had led us into a trap, had made us unwitting participants in a grotesque ritual. And then darkness. I awoke to the harsh desert light, my head throbbing, my body burning. Sarah was gone. The car was gone. The motel, the figures, the stones, everything vanished. Only the faint, sickeningly sweet metallic scent lingered, a chilling reminder of the night's horror. I was alone, stranded in the vast emptiness of the Mojave. I stumbled through the desert, driven by a primal need to escape, to survive. I walked for hours, the sun beating down, the silence mocking my desperate pleas for help. I found the highway, a welcome sight, a thread of hope in the desolate landscape. A pickup truck approached. I waved frantically, my voice hoarse, my words catching in my throat. The driver, a weathered woman with a disconcertingly vacant stare, slowed beside me. She looked disturbingly familiar. I noticed a small, white stone nestled on her dashboard, a vibrant green spiral painted crudely on its surface. She offered me a ride, a chilling smile spreading across her face. My stomach lurched. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, this wasn't salvation. This was the next stage of the ritual. The cycle, fueled by nostalgia and the Earth's insatiable demand for balance, continues. Story 43. The Salton Sea. Even the name sounds rotten, doesn't it? Willow, my eternally optimistic younger sister, however, was enthralled. She chattered animatedly about its strange beauty, its apocalyptic allure. I, the pragmatic older sister, saw only sun-baked desolation, a shimmering expanse of putrid water under a merciless sun. This spontaneous detour was, of course, Elias's idea. Our eternally exuberant boyfriend, Elias, a self-proclaimed expert in all things obscure and Californian, had discovered some blurry photos circulating on a niche internet forum dedicated to forgotten places. These photos hinted at a hidden underwater city near the Salton's southeastern shore, a place supposedly built by an ancient civilization. Willow, bless her naive optimism, was instantly captivated. I, however, remained skeptical. But outnumbered, I agreed to the detour. We arrived late in the afternoon. The air hung thick and heavy, tasting of brine and something faintly metallic. The usual cheerful banter inside the car had ceased, replaced by a quiet tension. Even Willow seemed subdued. The shoreline was littered with bleached fish bones, a constant reminder of the sea's toxicity. We set up camp on a patch of cracked earth, the ground strangely warm beneath our feet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, a distinct chill settled over us, despite the lingering desert heat. Elias, practically levitating with excitement, began unpacking his equipment. Tonight, he declared, we would find the lost city. The water was unsettlingly calm, a glassy surface reflecting the emerging stars. Elias, armed with an underwater camera and a powerful flashlight, waded in. Willow and I watched from the shore, Princess, our yipping chihuahua, huddled nervously between us. The beam of Elias's flashlight cut through the murky water, illuminating the swirling sediment. He was gone for a long time. The silence, punctuated only by the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore, became oppressive. Finally, he emerged, dripping and breathless. He'd found something, he said, his voice laced with an almost manic intensity. He'd seen structures, buildings, beneath the surface. Armed with his discovery, Elias convinced us to return the next day with snorkeling gear. The following morning, we ventured into the tepid water. The world beneath the surface was a distorted, otherworldly version of the desolate landscape above. The water, though clear, held a strange yellowish tinge. We swam further out, following Elias's lead. Then I saw it. A shape dark and immense looming from the depths. As we drew closer, the shape resolved into a structure, then another and another. Buildings, connected by what looked like roads, stretched out before us in a silent, submerged city. It was hauntingly beautiful, a ghostly metropolis beneath the waves. The buildings were made of a dark, smooth stone, their surfaces covered in strange, intricate carvings. The spiral motif, a recurring theme in Elias's earlier ramblings about ancient cults, appeared everywhere, etched into the stone with unsettling precision. We swam through deserted plazas, past what looked like empty houses, their doorways gaping like vacant eyes. The silence, deeper now, was broken only by the muffled sound of our own breathing through the snorkels. Then I saw something move. A shadow, elongated and vaguely humanoid, flitted across the edge of my vision. I pointed, a silent question forming behind my snorkel mask. Elias, seemingly oblivious, continued exploring. But Willow had seen it too. Her eyes, wide with fear, met mine through her mask. We followed Elias into a larger structure, a building that resembled a temple. The interior was surprisingly well preserved, the walls covered in intricate murals. The spiral motif dominated here as well, swirling around stylized figures that looked disturbingly non-human. Their bodies were elongated, their limbs thin and almost insect-like. Their faces, though vaguely humanoid, possessed elongated snouts and large, vacant eyes. A chill, deeper than the cold water, settled over me. Then, Elias, in his typical theatrical flair, began to chant. He'd found an inscription, he said, something about a ritual, a way to awaken the city's power. He started reciting the words, his voice echoing unnaturally through the submerged chamber. The water around us began to vibrate. The spiral symbols on the walls pulsed with a faint, emerald green light. The shadows within the temple seemed to deepen, to coalesce. Then they moved. Figures, identical to those depicted in the murals, emerged from the darkness. Their movements were unsettlingly fluid, almost inhuman. They were tall, their spindly fingers tipped with what looked like polished obsidian claws. They surrounded us, their vacant eyes fixed on us with chilling intensity. Elias, caught in his strange ritual, continued chanting, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Willow screamed, a muffled, desperate sound through her snorkel. One of the figures lunged towards her, its obsidian claws flashing. Panic erupted. We kicked frantically, trying to escape, but the figures were faster, stronger. They moved with an unnatural grace, their silent dance circling us, tightening the net. They grabbed Willow, their spindly fingers tightening around her arms. She screamed again, the sound bubbling through the water. I thrashed, trying to reach her, but another figure grabbed me, its grip like iron. I saw Elias, finally noticing the figures, his eyes wide with a horrified understanding. He reached for us, but it was too late. The figures dragged us deeper into the temple, the emerald green light intensifying, the water vibrating with their chanting. The last thing I saw, before the darkness swallowed us completely, was the terrifyingly serene smile spreading across the face of the creature holding me. The last thing I heard, echoing through the water, was their chant, rising to a chilling crescendo, a grotesque symphony celebrating their latest offering to the ancient entities residing within the drowned city. Story 44. My younger sister, Willow, a perpetual optimist with an unhealthy fascination for the macabre, dragged me to the Winchester Mystery House for a spiritual cleanse. Willow, you see, believed the place held a unique vibrational resonance, a key to unlocking hidden universal truths. Me, I'm Sarah, the pragmatic older sister. I saw it as a dusty, overpriced tourist trap. But Willow's infectious enthusiasm, coupled with my own morbid curiosity, eventually won me over. The tour itself was predictably theatrical. The guide, a gaunt man named Elias Thorne, reveled in the house's bizarre history. He spoke of Sarah Winchester's paranoia, her endless construction, the strange rituals rumored to have taken place within the labyrinthine walls. Willow lapped it up, camera perpetually clicking. I, however, remained unconvinced, more interested in the peculiar architectural details than the resident ghosts. After the tour, Elias, sensing a kindred spirit in Willow, lingered. He started talking about a darker side to the Winchester legacy, a side not mentioned on the official tours. He spoke of a hidden system of symbols within the house, a secret code left by Sarah, a code that connected to a network of power points across California. These points, he claimed, were linked to ancient Native American ceremonies, places where the veil between worlds was thin. He spoke of a digital community dedicated to deciphering this hidden system. He pulled out his phone, showing blurry photos of strange cairns, all marked with a distinctive emerald green spiral. Willow, naturally, was instantly hooked. She saw this as an opportunity to expand her small YouTube channel, dedicated to exploring California's quirky landmarks. A digital scavenger hunt, she called it, her eyes gleaming with excitement. My initial skepticism crumbled under her infectious enthusiasm. What harm could a little road trip do? The first few locations were harmless enough. Odd roadside attractions, forgotten ghost towns, quirky museums. At each location, Willow meticulously documented the existing cairns, their precise placement, their disturbing patterns. Elias, meanwhile, became increasingly animated, his earlier theatrical demeanor replaced by an almost manic intensity. He began speaking in cryptic pronouncements, rambling about balancing natural forces and appeasing ancient entities. The shift happened subtly. The cairns started appearing with greater frequency, becoming larger, more elaborate. They were no longer just piles of rocks. They resembled sculptures, crude figures with elongated limbs, their surfaces unsettlingly smooth. The surrounding landscapes became increasingly desolate. The usual cheerful banter inside our rental car was replaced by a quiet tension. Even Willow's perpetually optimistic pronouncements became less frequent. One evening, outside a dilapidated motel near a place called Manzanar Junction, things took a decidedly disturbing turn. While Willow slept, I found Elias outside, under a flickering streetlight, surrounded by a collection of smooth, black stones. He was chanting, a low, guttural murmur weaving through the still desert air. The stones pulsed with a faint, sickly green light. I watched him, a growing unease coiling in my stomach. When he stopped chanting, he turned towards me, an unsettlingly serene smile spreading across his face. "The earth demands balance," he whispered, his voice echoing unnaturally through the silent night. "And we are the ones who will provide it." The next day, the spiral motif appeared everywhere. Painted crudely on abandoned buildings, carved into rocks, arranged in intricate patterns with the stones we'd been collecting. Willow, oblivious to the growing menace, became obsessed with documenting these patterns, convinced they held the key to unlocking some profound universal truth. Elias, however, became increasingly agitated, his ramblings becoming more disjointed, his gaze unsettlingly focused. The climax came at a desolate patch of desert, marked by a particularly large cairn. As Willow excitedly documented the structure, Elias stepped forward, a wickedly sharp hunting knife glinting in the fading sunlight. He began chanting again, the guttural murmur intensifying, the green light pulsating faster. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, their forms elongated, their faces obscured by crude masks fashioned from animal hides. They moved with an unnerving grace, their limbs twisting at unnatural angles. Terror gripped me. I screamed, a desperate sound quickly swallowed by the vast emptiness of the desert. Elias turned towards me, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "The earth demands balance," he repeated, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape. "And Willow is the final ingredient." The figures lunged towards Willow, their obsidian claws flashing. She screamed again, her perpetual optimism finally shattered against the horrifying reality unfolding before her. I fumbled for my pepper spray, a pathetic defense against these monstrous beings. But as I sprayed, a strange paralysis gripped me. I could only watch in horrified silence as the figures dragged Willow towards the cairn, their guttural growls weaving together into a grotesque symphony celebrating their latest offering. The green light intensified, swirling around Willow, consuming her. Then silence. The desert wind whipped around me, carrying the faint, sickeningly sweet metallic scent of blood. The earth, it seemed, had received its balance. And I was left alone, a terrified witness to a dark web conspiracy that ended in a horrifying human sacrifice. Story 45. The Salton Sea shimmered, a mirage of turquoise under the brutal August sun. Willow, my perpetually exuberant younger sister, chattered about purifying mud baths and ancient healing energies. I, however, felt a prickling unease. The air hung heavy, thick with the smell of decaying algae and something else, something metallic, something faintly sweet. This spontaneous spa getaway had been Willow's idea, a detox from the digital deluge of her moderately successful YouTube channel dedicated to obscure Californian landmarks. I, the resident pragmatist, had initially scoffed, envisioning overpriced avocado toast and hordes of Instagram influencers. But Willow's infectious enthusiasm and the promise of genuine desert weirdness had eventually won me over. The first sign something was amiss appeared just outside Nilland. Small, almost perfectly spherical, white stones began appearing along the roadside, scattered seemingly at random. Willow, predictably, became ecstatic, documenting every detail with her perpetually attached camera. She chattered about ancient geoglyphs, forgotten tribal markers, lost civilizations. I, however, felt a growing unease, a sense of unnatural order beneath their seemingly random placement. The stones became larger as we neared the sea. Some were the size of basketballs, others almost boulders, all gleaming with an unnatural luminescence. The air grew colder, despite the midday glare, a disconcerting chill clinging to the skin. The usual desert symphony of cicadas and crickets was absent, replaced by an oppressive silence. We reached Bombay Beach, a ghostly metropolis of bleached clapboard houses and rusting relics. The silence here was deeper, punctuated only by the gentle lapping of the putrid water against the shore. The white stones were everywhere, piled against houses, forming concentric circles around abandoned cars, their smooth surfaces reflecting the distorted sky. Willow, undeterred, practically skipped ahead, camera clicking incessantly, capturing every rustle of wind through the desiccated palms. I trailed behind, the metallic scent intensifying, a cloying sweetness that made my stomach churn. The shift happened subtly. Willow became quieter, her usual jovial chatter replaced by a low humming. She started collecting the stones, arranging them in intricate patterns on the cracked earth. Her movements became fluid, almost unnatural. Her eyes, usually bright and sparkling, now held a vacant stare, a chilling intelligence I'd never witnessed before. I tried to speak, to reason with her, but the words caught in my throat. A strange paralysis gripped me, a heavy weight pressing against my chest. I watched, helpless, as she continued her work, her humming growing louder, taking on a strange, almost melodic quality. The sun began to set, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. The white stones began to glow brighter, pulsating with a sickening green light. The metallic scent became overpowering, almost suffocating. Willow stopped her work and turned towards me. Her smile was wide, unsettlingly serene. She held out a polished white stone, her fingers long and spindly, tipped with something that resembled polished obsidian. "The earth demands balance," she said, her voice echoing unnaturally through the still air. "And it has chosen you." The other figures emerged then, from behind the bleached buildings, from the shimmering water. They were tall and slender, their limbs elongated, their faces obscured by the growing darkness. They carried polished obsidian implements, which glinted wickedly in the fading light. They moved with an unnerving grace, their silent dance circling around me. Willow stepped aside, her vacant stare fixed on some point beyond me. The figures closed in, their obsidian claws flashing. The metallic scent intensified, the sweet smell of blood now mixing with the stench of decay. The earth trembled beneath their rhythmic stomping, a grotesque symphony celebrating their latest offering. My scream was quickly swallowed by the oppressive darkness. My final thought a chilling certainty: this place, this beautiful, desolate place, demands balance. And I had just become its latest ingredient. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.